Chapter 131. Sword Chi that was close to 30 meters long rushed towards Yuan Fei like a dragon. Yuan Fei didn't dodge. Instead, he used golden body arts to block the sword light. Rumble. Sword Chi surged and slashed onto Yuan Fei's body with great force. In an instant, there was a loud rumble. Within a radius of 30 meters, energy overflowed and wild winds blew. The nearby disciples frantically retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the terrifying storm. So terrifying. This guy's strength is almost on par with the chief disciple. Some martial artists' voices trembled. In the distance, Wang Jianqing looked at the sword. His eyes flickered, and his battle intent soared. When the light disappeared, the crowd could see the situation clearly. The ground was split open, and there was a terrifying crack that extended into the distance. Yuan Fei, who was in the center, stood proudly like a golden giant. He's fine. The nearby disciple's eyes almost popped out. Is he still human? He took a hit and he's fine. Golden Body Arts is a low-level spirit class martial art. Rumor has it that when practiced to a high level, it can achieve perfect defense and ignore all attacks. In the crowd, a few high-level disciples whispered as they looked at Yuan Fei with a trace of fear. If two people fought and one of them ignored the attack, it could be said that they were in an invincible position. Fighting with such a person, there was almost no chance of winning. At most, it would be a draw. Yuan Fei was 20 meters tall and looked like he was cast in gold. His entire body was shining with light. He looked at Lin Xian and said proudly, "What else do you have? Use it. You can't break my defense." Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he used purple spirit eyes to observe. He found that Yuan Fei's body was as hard as gold. His defense was insane, but his insides were the same as a normal person's. Looks like he hasn't practiced to a high level, or golden body arts can't refine his body. Lin Xian thought. Lin Xian didn't hesitate anymore. His body flashed and rushed towards Yuan Fei. Under his sword, there was no absolute defense. Everything could be cut open. Like lightning and wind, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Even a martial artist at the second sky of spiritual ocean realm might not be able to catch up with him. After a few flashes, he arrived in front of Yuan Fei. The red flame sword in his hand emitted a cold sword light. Sword intent surged and sword light danced. The long sword in Lin Xian's hand was like a gust of wind and lightning, thrusting out rapidly. Streaks of blazing sword light slashed towards Yuan Fei. The attack contained within could easily shatter a martial artist in the first layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Clang! 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 The sound of metal rang out, and the air buzzed. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they kept retreating. Yuan Fei used his bare hands to block the long sword. Each of his attacks had the power to split mountains. The two of them fought at high speed, and the sky was filled with afterimages. So fast. So strong. Everyone was shocked. This kind of battle had already surpassed the normal first sky of the spiritual ocean realm, and could even be compared with the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm. Yuan Fei is a genius on the hidden dragon rank. Who is that guy? Is he a genius from the rising star? Looks like he's the rumored sword intent genius of the Black Heaven sect, Lin Xian. Sword intent. Did someone really comprehend it? No wonder he's so strong. While everyone was discussing, Lin Xian and Wang Jian attacked quickly. Close to 100 moves had already passed. As expected of the chief disciple. Although I didn't intentionally activate the sword intent, this kind of attack isn't something normal people can block. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. But there are still flaws. A smile appeared on his lips. Your defense is strong, but it can't stop me. Lin Xian laughed. The light on the long sword in his hand faded, and the blade appeared. What's going on? Where's his sword intent? Many people didn't understand. Only Wang Jinqing frowned. The sword light didn't disappear, but condensed into a line and gathered on the blade. This Lin Xian, what exquisite control. Pang! Lin Xian swung the red flame sword, and smashed it directly, as if a mountain fell from the sky. Sun opening fist. Yuan Fei not only had a strong defense, but his strength was even more terrifying. His fist was like a sun, shining in all directions, and blasted towards Lin Xian. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, like raging waves crashing on the shore, deafening the ears. Every strike shook the ground, and that kind of power made people's hearts palpitate. What? Yuan Fei is retreating. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. If Lin Xian had defeated Yuan Fei with a peerless sword technique, they could still accept it. But now, Lin Xian had directly competed with Yuan Fei in strength, and even won. This was unbelievable. Impossible. Yuan Fei's arm was numb, and his heart was in turmoil. His defense and strength were unmatched in the younger generation, but now he was being suppressed. Moreover, the person suppressing him was a sword cultivator. In the distance, Wang Jinqing also had a strange expression. He didn't see the sword intent that he expected, but he saw a scene that surprised him. Based on his experience, he could see that Lin Xian's every strike was aimed at the same place, and there was no difference. Even Yuan Fei couldn't withstand such a crazy attack. Open! Yuan Fei was furious. He felt that Lin Xian was provoking him. Sun-splitting sky. He punched out with both fists, and the terrifying power seemed to have doubled. Lin Xian was pushed back, and his body floated backward like duckweed. Looks like Yuan Fei is angry. Someone exclaimed. I knew it, no one can suppress Yuan Fei. Lin Xian is in danger. Yuan Fei defeated the sword genius Wang Jinqing, and he has a special ability to suppress sword techniques. Indeed, ordinary sword cultivators' skills were all in the sword, and their attacks were incomparably fierce, and focused on killing with one strike. However, when facing a martial artist with strong defense like Yuan Fei, sword cultivators would often lose their advantage and become passive. Would Lin Xian follow in Wang Jinqing's footsteps? Everyone focused, waiting for the answer. Let's end this. Lin Xian said in a low voice. The battle just now made him understand that without using sword intent, his strength was on par with the chief disciple. Let's test sword intent again. His eyes became deep, and the aura on his body became fierce again, as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed. A trace of sword intent gushed out, as if it was 10,000 years old ice, making people's hearts tremble. So cold. What's going on? I can't move my body. Many people turned pale with fright. The chill was bone-chilling, as if there was a heavenly sword hanging above their heads. It's here, sword intent. Wang Jinqing's eyes were burning, and he held the long sword at his waist tightly. There, his 7-star sword was trembling slightly, as if it was out of control. Yuan Fei's expression was solemn. He felt an unprecedented danger, and his body instinctively defended, shining with golden light. Is this sword intent? I'd like to experience it. Yuan Fei laughed, and his body rushed out like lightning. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Although it was a simple movement, it condensed all of Lin Xian's strength. At this moment, his essence, energy, and spirit had reached an unprecedented height, perfectly fusing together. Wind fusion style. The green sword's shadow flashed and disappeared in a flash, as if it had merged with the wind. There was no earth-shattering sound, nor was there a dazzling light. This wind fusion style, which contained sword intent, was completely different from the one he had just used. However, its power was stronger. Yuan Fei's pupils constricted, and he suddenly fell. He activated his strongest defense, and his body was like a golden furnace. At that moment, he dared to feel the aura of death. This aura made his heart tremble. Without a sound, a sword radiance flew out of the wind and slashed his body. Poof! The blade of the sword slashed, and bright red blood splattered, rolling in the air. Chapter 132. That slash seemed to have severed everyone's minds. Wang Jinqing's body stiffened and his hand that was holding the sword trembled. Cold sweat trickled down his face. There was no way he could have dodged that slash. The scariest thing was that he did not even see the slash's trajectory clearly. Drip! Drip! Bright red blood splattered on the limestone floor. Yuan Fei's face was pale. There was a wound on his chest that extended from his left shoulder to his abdomen. He looked at Lin Xian in horror, only to find that the latter had turned around and walked away expressionlessly. Lin Xian. Yuan Fei clenched his fists and growled. Ever since he defeated Wang Jinqing, he had looked down on sword cultivators. He thought that any sword cultivator who went against him would lose without a doubt. However, Lin Xian's slash had shown him how terrifying sword cultivators were. If it had been a battle of life and death, he would have died by now. After a long while, the martial artists nearby finally reacted. Many of them were excited. Too amazing. I wonder if he can enter the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon role. Many of the disciples were excited. If Yunzhou could have such a genius, they would be proud too. Top 100. Wang Jinqing muttered. No one knew what he was thinking. In the next few days, more and more people entered the blood-colored palace and began to search for treasures. There were people everywhere, but only a few managed to obtain treasures. As time passed, the crowd gradually came to the depths of the palace. The surrounding atmosphere became oppressive, as if there was an invisible force that shrouded the area. Although the atmosphere was much heavier, the treasures were also more precious. All kinds of rare treasures appeared, making it difficult for the crowd to resist. Lin Xian kept running, feeling more and more shocked. The palace was huge. Not only were there all kinds of buildings, but there were also some caves and secret rooms. It was like a small world. Of course, the most intense place was the main hall. There were 3 dazzling treasures that attracted everyone's attention. Around the 3 treasures, there were colorful seals that kept the crowd outside. Almost 70% of the disciples were gathered here. Their eyes were burning with excitement as if they had seen a beauty. Lin Xian retracted his aura and blended into the crowd, silently observing. He realized that Murong Qianling, Jing Jun, Xia Changfeng, and the others were not here. Instead, Yuan Fei, Wang Jinqing, and some people from the 4 great clans were here. Among them, he found the disciples of the Ling family. 4 of them were gathered together with fanatical expressions on their faces. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Of the 10 people from the Ling clan who came in, half of them had died at his hands. Of course, this was the result of their own actions. If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he waited quietly in the crowd. The 3 treasures in the sky were constantly floating, emitting incomparable rays of light. Lin Xian activated his purple spirit eyes and observed carefully. Then, disappointment appeared in his eyes. Among the 3 treasures, there were no swords, but other weapons. His Crimson Flame sword was essentially a support-type weapon. Wine Lord had once told him that the Crimson Flame sword's effects were reflected in cultivation and formations. During cultivation, he had already experienced 10 times the gravity, which benefited him greatly. As for the others, he would have to wait for his cultivation to increase before he could use them. What he lacked now was a good offensive sword. Among the 3 treasures, there was a light purple armor with complicated patterns on it. The one on the left was a long spear. Its entire body was red, and the spearhead was suffused with cold light. It was like a dragon from the abyss, about to soar into the sky. On the right was a long blade. Its beautiful arc was like a crescent moon, mesmerizing people. I wonder what grade these 3 treasures are. Lin Xian was curious. Although there was no long sword, if he could get one, the benefits would undoubtedly be huge. Regardless of whether it was an exchange or an auction, he would be able to obtain a considerable amount of wealth. Wine Lord squinted his eyes and said indifferently, all 3 of them are profound grade treasures. They are completely sufficient for the Sea of Soul realm. Treasures were divided into 5 ranks: human, profound, spirit, earth, and heaven. Each rank was further divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. Among them, the earth and heaven grades were almost impossible to find, as if they only existed in legends. At present, the highest grade treasures were spirit grade treasures. As long as it was a treasure of a sect, it would be difficult for ordinary people to obtain it. Like this mid-profound grade treasure, if placed outside, even some elders would be tempted. The light purple armor in the middle is the highest grade. It is a mid-profound grade treasure. The other 2 are low-profound grade treasures. Wine Lord said. How does the purple armor compare to the one I'm wearing? Lin Xian asked. The grade of yours is obviously higher, and the technique is also better. Its weakness is that it breaks too quickly, and most of its functions are missing. As for the purple armor in the air, although the material and technique are ordinary, it is still in perfect condition. In general, they are about the same. Wine Lord analyzed. Lin Xian's eyes blossomed with an orange light. He could see that the 3 treasures had strange runes on them. He curiously asked, are those patterns inscriptions? Barely. Wine Lord curled his lips, obviously disdainful. Strictly speaking, they are still a bit away from a first-grade inscription. Lin Xian scratched his head. It seemed that inscription masters were more powerful than he had imagined. Which one should I grab? Lin Xian was worried. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. This was too infuriating. With so many masters present, no one could guarantee that they would be able to obtain one, but he was actually worried about which one to grab. This was a blatant gap between them. Forget it. Of the 3 treasures, only the long saber is pleasing to the eye. I'll take that one. Lin Xian decided, and began to rub his palms together. Lin Xian's actions did not attract any attention. In the hall, there were many people who were doing the same thing. This kind of treasure, if they could grab one, they would be rich. Finally, someone could not bear it any longer and launched an attack on the seal. The attack crashed into the seal, causing layers of ripples. In the next moment, a violent aura spread out. The 3 treasures shot into the sky, trembling incessantly. As if enraged by the attack, the 3 treasures began to display their might, and a terrifying attack came from above. The purple armor in the middle emitted a hazy shadow that gradually grew larger, as if it wanted to hold up everything. The spear on the left emitted thousands of spear lights, each as thick as a water tank. It was as if countless flood dragons were soaring in the sky, and the momentum was terrifying. The long saber on the right faintly emitted a tiger's roar, and the pressure constantly attacked everyone's soul. Some of the weaker martial artists vomited blood and retreated. The 3 treasures emitted a shocking power, and as they crashed into the seal, a cracking sound rang out. Finally, the broken seal could not withstand the power and broke apart. The three treasures were completely exposed in front of everyone. Chapter 133. The three artifacts ignited the atmosphere in the hall as countless figures rushed up. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he shuttled through the crowd like a wisp of smoke. He spread out his soul power and sensed the situation around him. The three artifacts floated in the air, each attracting the same amount of people. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that there were more martial artists rushing toward the long blade. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he saw the Ling family members surrounding the long blade. Ling Feng even released a powerful aura, intimidating everyone. Chi! In the chaos, there was a hurried sound as a sharp aura rushed toward Lin Xian's back. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. With his soul power, he had already noticed this change. A sword chi rushed out from his body and cut the incoming hidden weapon in half. Several figures quickly dispersed from the crowd. These people all had their gazes fixed on Lin Xian. In their eyes, although the blade in the air was valuable, there were too many people fighting for it. It would be better to rob some martial artists. Because, among them, there were people who saw Lin Xian pick dozens of spirit herbs, each of which was worth a lot. Seeing that their attack had failed, several people concealed themselves and were about to leave. However, Lin Xian would not give them the chance. With his soul power, these people were like fireflies in the dark, clearly distinguishable. Puff! Puff! He flicked out a few sword chi and merged them into the wind. Then, he jumped and rushed toward the long blade. Several muffled groans were heard as the several people who attacked were all stabbed in the forehead and died on the ground. This scene was not the only one, so it did not attract the attention of the crowd. Because more people were injured and retreating, the scene was a mess. Clear the area. This was the thought of all the experts. Otherwise, if it was too chaotic, too many people would die, and there would be no end to it. Wang! 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 Several powerful auras rushed into the sky and spread out. Those under the Sea of Soul Realm, retreat. All the martial artists issued the order. Moreover, these people joined hands to form an unparalleled pressure, driving away all the weaker martial artists. The rest were all Sea of Soul Realm martial artists, and there were more than 10 human figures in front of each artifact. Among these people, there were old warriors who had already reached the spiritual sea realm, and there were also new warriors who had obtained opportunities here. In short, these people were all very powerful. On Lin Xian's side, the 4 Ling family disciples had joined forces and became the largest force. The others were scattered and wary of each other. Ling Feng and the others smiled disdainfully when they saw Lin Xian. Everyone, I think it's better to get rid of these small fries. Ling Feng's voice was cold as he looked at Lin Xian. He didn't know that Lin Xian had already killed several Ling clan disciples, nor did he know about Lin Xian's performance in the herb garden. Thus, he still had that arrogant look on his face. The remaining warriors all had different expressions on their faces. A few of them had seen Lin Xian's methods, so they didn't dare to go against him even if they were beaten to death. However, there were also people who walked out and prepared to make a move on Lin Xian. No one explained. In this kind of situation, it was better to have as few people as possible. Do you want to leave on your own, or do you want me to throw you out? The newcomer was a late-stage first-layer spiritual sea realm martial artist, holding a saber in his hand. Get lost. Lin Xian didn't waste words. His powerful aura burst forth, and he sent the newcomer flying with one strike. The sword light was bright, and the cold light illuminated the surroundings. The Ling family disciples' expressions changed drastically, and they looked at Lin Xian in shock. They hadn't seen him for a few days, and they didn't expect their enemy to become so powerful, already surpassing them. Ling Feng's eyes were cold. Although he was surprised, he didn't care too much. He knew that everyone had their own fortuitous encounters, and he believed that his was better than Lin Xian's. "You guys stop him, I'll go get the treasure," Ling Feng ordered. With a leap, Ling Feng rushed up, and the others also made their moves. The 3 Ling family disciples rushed up. Among them, Ling Xiao was at the late stage first layer spiritual sea realm, and the other 2 were at the middle stage first layer. The 3 of them joined forces and blocked the others with great momentum. Spirit power surged, sweeping in all directions. The scene was very chaotic. Lin Xian's body burst forth with powerful sword intent, splitting everyone apart as he leaped into the air. Ling Feng was fighting against the treasured weapon, but he noticed that Lin Xian had rushed up. A bunch of trash. He was furious. One hand grabbed the long saber treasured weapon, while the other hand descended. 2 mountain peaks materialized, as if they were real mountains. They pressed down and enveloped Lin Xian. Hurricane style. Lin Xian had comprehended many moves from the Wind Emperor's sword, and now he used them one by one. With a slash of the sword, wild winds danced in the sky, forming a green hurricane that crashed into the mountain's shadow. Rumble. The 2 collided fiercely, like a bolt from the blue. Fierce energy wreaked havoc in the air, sweeping in all directions. The martial artists on the ground dodged one after another. The overflowing sword chi struck the ground, creating terrifying cracks. It was frightening. With a slash of the sword, Lin Xian advanced again. Ling Feng's face was gloomy. Lin Xian's strength was stronger than he had imagined. However, he would not allow anyone to snatch the long saber treasured weapon. "Brat, you're courting death." Ling Feng was furious. He pulled out the long saber at his waist and slashed. From his point of view, Lin Xian was obviously going against him by trying to snatch the saber treasured weapon even though he was using a sword. The saber chi was like a waterfall, slashing towards Lin Xian like the Milky Way. Hurricane slash. Lin Xian merged the hurricane style with the gale sword art. With a slash of his sword, 3 green torrents rolled out, shattering the saber chi. Wind thunder cut. Lin Xian went against the flow. The green sword chi was wrapped in golden lightning. It was incomparably sharp as it slashed towards Ling Feng. Triple mountain suppressing hand. Ling Feng held the saber in his right hand and pushed out with his left. 3 giant mountain shadows pressed down. Bang! Bang! There was an explosion sound in the air. Water-like ripples spread out, and the terrifying energy spread out continuously. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. Ling Feng's strength was very strong, already at the late stage of the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean realm. That surging spirit power made his heart palpitate. Phantom thunder step. His body kept jumping, flashing left and right, rapidly changing his position. After comprehending the Wind Emperor's sword, Lin Xian's understanding of the wind was even deeper. His current speed could be said to be extremely fast. Rushing out of the range of the mountain's pressure, the sword intent in his body kept rising, and the red flame sword appeared in his hand. Wind blending style. It was a silent and deadly strike. The bright sword chi blended into the wind. It was barely visible, as if it had not been slashed out. Ling Feng was a martial artist at the late stage of the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean realm after all. His experience and alertness were not ordinary. His heart beat violently, and he felt a fatal danger in front of his chest. Not good. Ling Feng quickly dodged, temporarily giving up on the treasured weapon. His body moved horizontally, appearing a few dozen feet away. Pooh! The air where he was standing suddenly rippled, and a long rainbow slashed out, cutting in all directions. Although Ling Feng had moved horizontally, this sword chi was too long and contained a supreme sword intent. In the end, it still cut him. The clothes in front of his chest were torn, and he retreated a dozen meters before stopping. Breathing heavily, Ling Feng's eyes burned with anger. If it weren't for his life-saving armor, this attack would have been enough to seriously injure him. Chapter 134. Lin Xian's sword had already threatened his life. If it weren't for his armor, he would have been seriously injured. He had always regarded Lin Xian as an ant, but now, this ant could already hurt him. Tearing off his clothes, Ling Feng revealed the armor underneath. He was ready to settle the score with Lin Xian, but found that Lin Xian wasn't even looking at him, but was trying his best to subdue the saber-type artifact. This gave him the urge to vomit blood. Ling Feng was furious, and the aura on his body exploded like a flood. Holding the saber in his right hand and using the mountain-suppressing hand with his left hand, he rushed forward with a spirit armor around his body. Boom! The saber light crisscrossed, and the mountain pressed down. Ling Feng showed his powerful strength and attacked Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian retreated quickly, leaving the saber-type artifact. His long sword shook as he fought fiercely with Ling Feng. The two exchanged dozens of moves, and the momentum shook the sky. It was hard to tell who would win. The surrounding people were all shocked. They knew how powerful Ling Feng was. With the cultivation of the second sky of the spiritual ocean tier, he could be considered a top fighter. However, Lin Xian's performance was out of everyone's expectations. With the cultivation of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he could fight evenly with Ling Feng. This kind of battle power was shocking. As expected of someone who comprehended sword intent. The few people retreated in fear. The energy was about to reach them. Brother Feng, we'll help you. 3 Ling family martial artists rushed forward together, ready to take down Lin Xian, their biggest enemy. Get lost. Lin Xian stabbed the illusory mountain with his sword, and the sharp sword intent pushed Ling Feng back. At the same time, he turned his head and roared. The sound wave spread out like water ripples, rushing towards the 3 who rushed over. The sound wave was like a huge wave, drowning the 3. Pooh! 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 The 3 of them kept retreating, spitting out blood. Mad lion roar. Ling Feng's face turned ugly. How do you know Mad lion roar? What a joke. Lin Xian said disdainfully. This is thunder sound wave. What kind of lion's roar is this? It's so unpleasant to hear. Naturally, he wouldn't admit that he was the one who killed the Ling clan's people. After all, there were too many people here. If word got out, he would be hunted down by the Ling clan's elders. This was not what he wanted. Ling Feng was suspicious and his face was ashen. Other than the 4 of them, no one else from the Ling family had appeared. Could it be that he killed everyone? Although Ling Feng didn't believe it, the current situation forced him to believe it. No matter what, you're going to die. Ling Feng's face was gloomy. He couldn't do anything to Lin Xian at the moment, but he still had a trump card. You should be proud to die here. An octagonal stone appeared in his hand. In the middle of the stone, there was a vivid drawing of a mountain peak. The moment the stone was taken out, the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat stifling. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on everyone's hearts. Be careful, those are runes. Wine Lord warned. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Ling Feng to have such an item. This was a real rune, different from the talisman papers he had seen before. When the three warriors of the Ling clan saw Ling Feng take out the stone, they calmed down. Great, with the talisman treasure, this brat is dead meat. That's right, once the talisman treasure is taken out, no one can survive. However, it's too easy for him to die at the talisman treasure's hands. We should grind his bones and scatter his ashes, and let him taste all the poisons in the world. The disciples of the Ling clan retreated into the distance with complacent faces and sneered. The surrounding warriors also changed their expressions and left the place as if they were fleeing. Although they hadn't seen the power of the talisman treasure, they had heard of the legends of the talisman treasure countless times. Even the warriors who were fighting for the two items carefully avoided them and moved to another battlefield. Kneel down and repent, and I might leave your corpse intact. Ling Feng held the talisman treasure and laughed arrogantly. You? Lin Xian sneered. If you kneel down obediently, I might consider sparing your life. How dare you? Insolent! The disciples of the Ling clan shouted angrily and then snorted. Reckless fool! The power of the talisman treasure is unimaginable. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. That's right, if you beg for mercy now and become a slave of the Ling clan, you can live. The few of them made a big fuss and were extremely arrogant. Ling Feng had a playful look on his face. He wanted to enjoy Lin Xian's frightened expression. He wanted to make the genius who comprehended sword essence kneel at his feet. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Lin Xian looked at him with disdain as if he was looking at an idiot. So this is what you're relying on. Since you said it was so powerful, take it out and try. The surrounding warriors all changed their expressions. Lin Xian's reaction was too abnormal. Normally, when warriors saw the talisman treasure, they would either beg for mercy or run away. Who would be like Lin Xian, who looked down on it so mercilessly? Could it be that Lin Xian has a backup plan? Many people guessed. Ling Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred. This kind of talisman treasure would be damaged after each use. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to use it. He originally only wanted to intimidate Lin Xian and make him submit obediently. Who knew that the other party was not afraid at all and had an indifferent look on his face? If you're not going to make a move, I'm going to. Lin Xian slashed out with his long sword and hit the saber treasure, creating a clanging sound. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Feng's face was ruthless. After killing Lin Xian, he would obtain the treasured weapon. In this way, he would not lose out. Channeling his spiritual energy into the talisman treasure, Ling Feng's face turned serious. Although the talisman treasure was powerful, it consumed a shocking amount of spiritual energy. With his cultivation, he could only use it 3 times. On top of the octagonal stone, the black mountain peak began to glow. A monstrous pressure was emitted as if it was going to collapse the void. The surrounding warriors retreated again and again. This power caused their hearts to palpitate. Lin Xian also looked serious. He secretly held the bronze gauntlet, ready to attack at any time. Die! Ling Feng's face was filled with madness as he poured all of his spiritual energy into the talisman treasure. A black mountain peak floated out and gradually became bigger in the air. In the end, it became dozens of feet tall and carried a terrifying aura. Boom! The void trembled as if it was going to collapse. The black mountain peak fell mercilessly, enveloping Lin Xian. Die! The Ling family disciple laughed wildly. The surrounding warriors felt that it was a pity. A genius who comprehended sword intent was going to fall just like that. No! An anxious shout came from afar as several figures rushed over from afar. However, everything was too late. The black mountain peak was less than 10 meters away from Lin Xian. The ground that was enveloped by it had caved in. Lin Xian's sword intent was overflowing and resonating as it resisted the pressure. He was not afraid at all. With the bronze gauntlet and ancient armor, he was confident that he could escape. Moreover, he was not in a hurry to use them. The pressure produced by the mountain peak was just enough to train him and help him break through. His cultivation had temporarily reached a peak and needed stimulation to break through. The pressure in front of him was the best motivation. Ah! Lin Xian's whole body glowed as he tried his best to resist. Ha! Don't struggle, no one can escape. Ling Feng saw Lin Xian's appearance and laughed crazily. Who asked you to go against the Ling family? Die! No one will offend the Ling family for a dead genius, so even if you die, no one will avenge you. Junior brother Lin, run. A voice came from afar, extremely anxious. Lin Xian could no longer hear the voices outside. He used the art of long life to the limit and finally broke through to the middle stage of the first layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Broke through. But it's useless. The Ling family disciple was insolent. You'll still die. The surrounding warriors were regretful, but the distant figure had already arrived nearby. Mu Rong Qianling anxiously roared, your Ling family actually dared to make a move. The Black Sky sect will not let you off. The Black Mountain Peak was already above his head and was about to crush Lin Xian. Mu Rong Qianling closed her eyes as tears fell from her eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian took out the bronze gauntlet. Chapter 135. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian had no hope, a sudden change occurred. Green light like the moon enveloped the surroundings, and a terrifying energy surged out. Boom! As if the world was about to be destroyed, space exploded, and the entire hall shook incessantly. Seals lit up one after another, forming a defensive barrier that maintained the hall from destruction. Countless figures were blown away by the violent wind, rolling in all directions. After a long time, the hall regained its calm. Apart from the 3 artifacts in the sky that were unaffected, everyone else had been affected. Many martial artists were injured, but most of them were shaken to the core. This method was too terrifying. It could kill a group of Sea of Soul Realm martial artists with one blow. Everyone looked at the center of the hall, and then they were stunned like stone statues. In the center of the hall, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. He wore an ancient armor that emitted rays of light that wrapped around his body. On his left hand, there was a bronze gauntlet. Terrifying energy waves were emitted from it, and every trace of it made people's hearts tremble. A large hole several meters wide appeared on the Black Mountain Peak, and the entire mountain peak was pierced through. In the end, the Black Mountain Peak gradually disappeared, and a crack appeared on the octagonal stone that Ling Feng was on. It was very eye-catching. Impossible, this is impossible. Ling Feng yelled like a mad dog. Lin Xian was already suppressed, so how could he still resist? Moreover, his talisman artifact was destroyed. The other 3 Ling family disciples were so scared that they trembled, and didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. The surrounding people had strange expressions as they looked at the youth in the center of the hall with some fear. I didn't expect him to also have a talisman artifact. Some martial artists' hearts burned as they stared at Lin Xian's left hand. However, no one dared to act rashly, and no one dared to provoke Lin Xian at this time. Lin Xian's face was a bit pale. He didn't feel good from the previous blow, and his left hand was still numb. However, he didn't show any abnormalities. Looking up at the saber-shaped artifact in the sky, Lin Xian slowly walked over. He raised his hand and shot out a sword light. He began to use his sword intent to suppress the artifact. Seeing Lin Xian brazenly subdue a prized artifact, everyone's hearts tightened and they subconsciously rushed forward. Lin Xian coldly turned around and swept his gaze across the crowd. It was as if a sharp sword aura had passed by. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs and stopped in their tracks. With just a glance, everyone stopped in their tracks. No one could do such a thing. Ling Feng stood to the side, still in a state of great shock. It was not until Lin Xian subdued the saber-type artifact that he came to his senses. However, it was all too late. Lin Xian, who possessed a prized artifact, was even more powerful. It was likely that no one would be his match. Junior brother Lin, you're all right. That's great. Murong Qianling walked up to Qianling, her face filled with joy. Lin Xian's expression relaxed, and he nodded with a smile. He then inquired about the other party's situation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another few silhouettes rushed over at a frightening speed. In the blink of an eye, the two figures had already stopped in front of everyone. Senior brother Zheng, senior brother Xia. Many people shouted. The newcomers were Jing Jun and Xie Changfeng. They saw the traces of fighting nearby and the remaining energy waves in the air, and their expressions changed slightly. Soon, the two of them understood what happened and looked at Lin Xian with surprise. Xie Changfeng was only curious, but a cold glint flashed through Jing Jun's eyes. Junior brother Lin, you're a sword cultivator and have no use for a saber. How about you give it to Ling Feng? Jing Jun said indifferently. What? Everyone was stunned as if they couldn't believe their ears. Even Ling Feng had a shocked expression. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Jing Jun, the coldness in his heart rising. Jing Jun already knew that he had a talisman-type artifact and still dared to act like this. He probably had something to rely on. Lin Xian guessed that Jing Jun probably also had a similar weapon. Little Xian Zi, the brat on the other side, has reached the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm. You have to be careful, Wine Lord reminded, and there's also a saber-type artifact in his storage ring. Lin Xian was slightly startled. It seemed that Jing Jun's luck wasn't small. Not only did he advance, but he also obtained many treasures. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, waiting for his answer. A glimmer of hope rose in Ling Feng's heart. Lin Xian said slowly, I heard that senior brother Jing isn't a saber cultivator, so why don't you give away the saber-type artifact in your storage ring? Could it be that you can't bear to? These words didn't mean much to the others. Most of them thought that he was just spouting nonsense in retaliation. But Jing Jun's heart trembled, and his pupils contracted. How does he know about me? Jing Jun couldn't understand. Could it be that he saw it? He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it, and could only snort coldly, what a joke, how could I have a saber-type artifact? Jing Jun's face turned cold, and his aura overflowed. An extremely oppressive aura appeared, causing the surrounding martial artists to tremble. Third layer of the spiritual ocean realm. So, the martial artists were all shocked. They swallowed their saliva with difficulty, and then looked at Jing Jun with fear. The gap between each layer of the seven skies of the spiritual sea realm was huge. Except for geniuses like Lin Xian who comprehended sword intent, there were very few people who could fight above their level. Congratulations to senior brother Jing Jun for breaking through. Many people congratulated him. Brother Jing, congratulations. Ling Feng's heart was bitter. Not only did he lose to Lin Xian, but he also damaged his talisman treasure. It could be said that he was extremely unlucky. And the others were constantly improving, leaving him far behind. I think Brother Zhang's ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking will rise quite a bit. Jing Jun was previously ranked 97th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Now that his cultivation had greatly increased, he would probably rise quite a bit. When the congratulations stopped, Mu Rong Qianling said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Jing, the treasure was obtained by Lin Xian, so it should belong to him. I hope senior brother won't interfere." Mu Rong Qianling also knew about the conflict between Lin Xian and the senior elder. However, she did not expect Jing Jun to publicly make things difficult for Lin Xian. No matter what, Lin Xian was a disciple of the Black Sky sect. Moreover, he was a genius who comprehended sword intent. She would not let Lin Xian be threatened. Since junior sister Mu Rong has spoken, then let's forget about this matter, Jing Jun said magnanimously. Lin Xian felt a wave of nausea. He really wanted to kick Jing Jun to death. Damn, this is too annoying. Just because your cultivation is high, you can casually bully others. Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted and put away the treasure. At this time, the battle between the other two treasures had also ended. However, the result was unexpected. Among them, the long spear was actually obtained by Shengguan Lu Yun. He held the spear in one hand and stood proudly like a mountain. As for the other armor, it fell into the hands of a mysterious woman. This woman's white clothes were whiter than snow and her face was covered by a veil. She was filled with mystery. Her slender hands grabbed the purple armor and then her spirit power surged as she put it on. The purple armor trembled slightly and disappeared. Many people had strange expressions. The owners of the three treasures were unexpected. Lin Xian and Shengguan Lu Yun were both rising stars. As for the woman in white, no one knew who she was. On the contrary, Ling Feng, Wan Jianqing, Yuan Fei and the other experts that everyone was looking forward to did not obtain a single treasure. Lin Xian nodded slightly at Shengguan Lu Yun and greeted him. Shengguan Lu Yun put away his long spear and turned into a stream of light. Whoosh! He stopped and stood beside Lin Xian. Chapter 136. The white-clothed girl naturally came in with Zixia sect, but no one recognized her among the crowd. "Miss, where are you from? You look unfamiliar. How did you enter this trial land of blood?" Jing Jun's cultivation was the highest, so he posed as the leader and asked. The white-clothed girl glanced at him indifferently. Her gaze was as calm as water, without a trace of fluctuation. "You're not qualified to ask me." Her voice was as cold as ice, as if she was born this way. Jing Jun's face was gloomy. He looked at the beautiful figure in front of him with anger burning in his eyes. After he entered the third sky of the spiritual ocean realm, his strength increased greatly, and he faintly had the momentum of being the number one of the younger generation in Yunzhou. However, in a short time, there was Lin Xian who ridiculed him and didn't put him in his eyes, and now there was another person who was even more arrogant than him. This was something he couldn't tolerate. "Since you won't speak, you must have used some underhanded means to enter." Jing Jun smiled evilly. "Wait for me to capture you and hand you over to the elders." He wanted to show off his strength, or else it would be hard to intimidate the crowd. Wang. The cultivation of the third sky of the spiritual ocean realm exploded, like a huge wave crashing against the shore. Jingyun palm. He struck out with his palm, forming a huge palm in the air and crashing down. Like a colorful cloud, it overflowed with multicolored light and endless spiritual power. As the palm fell, the air seemed to explode from the pressure, forming sharp ripples that spread out in all directions. Except for Lin Xian, Murong Qianling, and a few others, the other martial artists were all repelled by this power. "You overestimate yourself." The white-clothed girl's voice was icy cold. She extended her white finger and lightly tapped the air. Chi! Chi! With one finger, the huge cloud palm melted like ice and snow, spreading out and finally disappearing between heaven and earth. What kind of technique is this? Everyone was stunned. With just one finger, she broke the attack of a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Murong Qianling and the others' faces also changed slightly, but Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he used purple spirit pupil to observe. You. Jing Jun's face became extremely ugly. Although he didn't use his full strength in this palm, it contained at least 70% of his power. This kind of power was enough to kill anyone present. However, it was broken by the other party with a single finger. Looks like if I don't use my true strength, I won't know how powerful I am. He didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of everyone, so he prepared to attack with all his might. At this moment, a wave of gloomy energy rippled out, bringing with it a trace of vicissitudes of life. Following that, the entire hall began to shake as if it was about to collapse. This is... Everyone was alarmed, not knowing what was going on. Could it be that an inherited martial art had appeared? Someone guessed. Then, this idea spread like a flood. Everyone's eyes were abnormally fiery, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were abnormally excited. Inherited martial arts, that was in existence even more precious than treasures. As long as he could obtain the legacy martial arts, entering the three spirit realms would not be a problem. There's an inherited martial art. Lin Xian was suspicious. His Wind Emperor's one sword was considered an inherited martial art, but it seemed like there was more than one. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many people ran towards the direction of the tremors, wanting to occupy a powerful position. Especially those who did not get a great treasure, they were even more unwilling. Even Jing Jun gave up on the white-robed woman and turned into a streak of light to escape. Lin Xian also followed behind the crowd, intending to take a look. The white-robed woman seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed slightly. She quickly ran in that direction. When Lin Xian arrived, the surroundings were already filled with people. When the crowd saw him, they subconsciously opened up a path. The current Lin Xian was a top-notch existence in the eyes of the crowd. No one would look down on him. Lin Xian did not mind. His body swayed, and he came to the front. Four huge stone pillars supported the four directions. In the middle was a blood pool, and there was fresh red blood flowing in the pool. An unusually pungent smell of blood wafted over, causing everyone to frown. On the surrounding ground, there were many remains of weapons. Lin Xian looked carefully and realized that the broken weapons were all treasures. What happened here to cause treasures to break and warriors to die? Lin Xian was very curious. At the front, there was a blood-red door that was slightly ajar. An ancient and vicissitude aura came from within, causing everyone to feel excited. The inheritance must be inside. Why aren't you rushing in? Someone shouted in the dark. Immediately, a few warriors rushed forward. However, they stopped after a few steps and kept turning in circles on the spot. This scene stunned the remaining warriors. They did not know what was going on. It's an array. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Light flashed in his eyes as he kept looking around. Damn it, what happened? Someone was angry and attacked forward. Boom! The long saber was like a rainbow as it struck the blood pool, stirring up thousands of waves. Not good. Jing Jun and the others' expressions changed. They looked coldly at the person who attacked, wishing they could kill him. That person's body trembled. When he came back to his senses, he was filled with regret. However, it was all too late. In the blood pool, the enchanting blood vibrated and split into 4 streams, wrapping around the 4 stone pillars. In the next moment, a huge blood-red array formed under everyone's feet, suffusing with a strange energy. Everyone felt as if they were in a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. All they could see were huge white bones. Caw! Caw! With loud sounds, the white bones merged with the blood and fused into zombie-like monsters that charged at the crowd. Kill! Sword chi and spiritual power surged. Everyone fell into a chaotic battle. Let's take a look at that door. Lin Xian's body flashed as he rushed forward. Stay! Two figures appeared and blocked Lin Xian. Xing Jun and Ling Feng joined forces to block Lin Xian. Xing Jun's face was filled with killing intent as he stared coldly at Lin Xian. Ling Feng's eyes were filled with malice. He could not wait to tear Lin Xian apart. This time, no one can save you. The two of them attacked mercilessly. Terrifying energy shrouded the space. Phantom Thunder Step. Lin Xian increased his speed to the maximum and retreated instantly. Boom! An endless sea of fire appeared as if it was a world of lava. Terrifying energy burned in all directions. The mysterious array was activated continuously, forming a sea of fire that shrouded everyone. Xing Jun and Ling Feng lost sight of Lin Xian. They were surrounded by the sea of fire. Break the array first and obtain the inheritance. Then, we'll kill Lin Xian. Xing Jun said in a low voice. The two of them kept flashing as they tried to escape. However, the array was too mysterious. They were not proficient in it, so they were trapped and lost contact with it. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shrouded in the sea of fire. Humph, insignificant tricks. Wine Lord sneered inside Lin Xian's body. Under Wine Lord's guidance, Lin Xian moved through the sea of fire as if it were flat ground. Let's deal with the hidden danger first. His eyes flashed as he decided to attack Ling Feng and Xing Jun first. These two had wanted to kill him more than once. If not for his recent increase in strength, he would have been assassinated by them. Whoosh! Chapter 137. Wind Melting Style. This sword seemed to have turned into a breeze, without a trace of sound. Facing the sea of fire, Ling Feng felt the shocking killing intent. The hair on his back stood up, and he rolled forward. Chi! Chi! The air rippled, and a brilliant sword ray flew out, almost brushing past Ling Feng's body. Although it didn't hit him, some sword chi still touched him, and the shocking sword intent drilled into his body, wantonly destroying. Ling Feng hurriedly channeled the spirit power in his body, suppressing the sword intent and continuously digesting it. You dare to attack me? Ling Feng gritted his teeth. You want to kill me, do you think I'll let you go? Lin Xian sneered, not giving him a chance, and directly charged over. Ling Feng originally wanted to stall for time, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to be so decisive, directly charging over. At this moment, the sword in Lin Xian's hand seemed to have turned into a dragon, soaring and rolling with a murderous aura. Pang! Pang! Ling Feng countered with the mountain-suppressing hand, continuously bombarding the sword chi. The two collided, and the sound spread everywhere, with sparks flying everywhere. Roar! Lin Xian rushed forward, directly using Lion's Roar to bombard Ling Feng. He planned to end this quickly. Xing Jun, Lin Xian is here. Ling Feng lost to Lin Xian earlier, leaving a shadow in his heart. Facing Lin Xian's fierce aura, he had a trace of fear in his heart. This kind of fear originally didn't exist. Ling Feng was a martial artist at the late stage of the second layer of spiritual ocean realm, a few levels higher than Lin Xian. If he fought with all his strength, the result might not be certain. However, when he saw Lin Xian even penetrate Ling family's treasure talisman, fear arose in his heart. And this fear had now become his Achilles heel. The sound waves vibrated, spreading out like water ripples, attacking Ling Feng. Seeing that there was no response, Ling Feng could only fight with all his strength. Roar! It was the same lion's roar, and Ling Feng launched a sound wave attack. The two sound waves collided, extinguishing the surrounding sea of fire. Kid, I'll let you know my power. Ling Feng successfully blocked the sound waves, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Humph! Lin Xian had long noticed the fear in Ling Feng's heart. He sneered, "You can't do it. Even if we use the same martial skill, you're still inferior to me." Mad Lion Roar. Lin Xian roared again. The sound wave contained a soul attack, and it quickly attacked. Ha! How dare you compete with me in sound waves? Ling Feng laughed and became arrogant again. My spirit energy is much more abundant than yours. Just wait for your death. Ling Feng was like a lion, roaring furiously. Whing! Whing! The void trembled, rippling like the surface of a lake. The two sound waves collided and dissolved each other. However, Ling Feng's expression gradually turned ugly. He realized that the sound waves he had sent out were quickly disappearing, but Lin Xian had not changed at all. Impossible! He finally screamed. How did you do it? What answered him was a sound wave. Whing! Ling Feng was enveloped by the sound wave and resisted with all his might. A spirit power armor appeared on his body to resist the energy attack of the sound wave. If it was an ordinary mad lion roar, Ling Feng could still dodge it with his cultivation. However, the sound wave now contained Lin Xian's spirit energy and a trace of sword essence. That strange energy attacked Ling Feng's spirit, causing him to go crazy. He rolled on the ground with his head wrapped. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were full of fear. Lin Xian walked over step by step, and his voice was cold. Your Ling family bullied others and tried to assassinate me time and time again. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? What do you want? Ling Feng's willpower was crushed. His voice trembled. Spare me. I promise I won't provoke you again. Lin Xian did not say anything. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. Ling Feng appeared to be begging for mercy, but he secretly pulled out his talisman and prepared to attack Lin Xian. However, his actions were all seen by Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes. Go to hell, triple mountain suppressing hand. Before Ling Feng could pull out his talisman, Lin Xian had already attacked fiercely. 3 illusory mountain peaks appeared and crushed the void like 3 huge mountains. No, impossible. This is my Ling family's unique skill. How can you know it? Ling Feng was completely crazy. He could not even hold the talisman in his hand steadily. Boom! The 3 huge mountains overlapped and weighed thousands of pounds. They pressed down on Ling Feng. Ling Feng's willpower was damaged. He did not have any thoughts of resisting. He screamed and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Xian picked up the mountain talisman on the ground and put it into his storage ring. He looked at the ground and realized that Ling Feng's storage ring was broken. With a sigh, he quickly left the place. Not far away, Jing Jun's face was gloomy. He had heard Ling Feng's cries since the beginning. However, this dam array was like a maze. It was full of danger and he could not rush out at all. In the end, Ling Feng's voice disappeared. He had a bad feeling. Subconsciously, he did not think that Lin Xian could defeat Ling Feng because the difference in cultivation between the two was too big. However, reality was cruel. He did not expect Lin Xian's strength. Plus, Ling Feng was scared out of his wits and had no power to resist. As he was thinking, the sea of fire in front of him surged and shot up into the sky. Jing Jun was very alert and retreated quickly. Who? Who? 3 green tornadoes rushed out of the sea of fire and attacked Jing Jun in a triangular formation. Jing Yun hand. Jing Jun clenched his fist and dispersed the 3 tornadoes. However, the sense of danger in his heart did not disappear. Instead, it grew stronger. Whoosh! He turned around abruptly and a long saber appeared in his hand. He slashed out. The saber flashed with a shocking momentum and shattered the sword ray that suddenly appeared behind him. A silhouette flashed by and soon disappeared. Lin Xian. Jing Jun's face was extremely gloomy. He did not expect that an ant in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier would dare to attack him. Who? His body flashed and he slashed out with his saber. The blazing saber ray split open the sea of fire and rushed towards Lin Xian. Pang! Lin Xian used wind thunder cut and slashed at the saber ray. The huge force sent him flying. So terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. He suppressed his roiling qi and blood and fled into the distance. That attack just now felt as if he had crashed into a huge mountain, making him feel powerless. Is this the strength of the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He knew that the gap between them was too big and it was impossible to kill Jing Jun. Let's go check out that door first. Lin Xian made up his mind. Just as Lin Xian was moving, there was another person moving quickly in the formation. She was the white-clothed girl. She had already separated from the disciples of Zixia sect, but obviously, she had not found what she was looking for. Just as she and Lin Xian were moving quickly, a ball of black fog entered the blood pool at an astonishing speed. After a moment, a dull sound came from the void. The whole formation stopped and the sea of fire around them gradually disappeared. At this moment, Lin Xian and the white-clothed girl had already arrived in front of the blood-red door. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the two of them, their eyes filled with the flames of jealousy. Jing Jun shouted crazily, "Aunt, you dare!" Lin Xian did not pay attention to anyone. He cautiously glanced at the white-clothed girl not far away, then pushed open the door with force. At this moment, a red and black blood sword flew out from the blood pool like red lightning and quickly hit the white-clothed girl. Pang! A purple armor appeared on the white-clothed girl's body and blocked most of the attack, but she still spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind her, the red and black blood sword changed and a black-robed person appeared strangely. Black fog roiled on his body, mixed with red blood. This change was so sudden that even Lin Xian couldn't react in time. Chapter 138. 3 figures crashed into the crimson door. Wang, dong. The crimson door slowly closed, blocking everyone outside. Ah! My inheritance. Damn it, why not me? That Lin guy is too lucky. Some warriors covered their heads and cried bitterly, lamenting their lives. Among them, Jing Jun was the most upset. He had the highest cultivation and as a personal disciple, he had a distinguished status. He had always thought that he was number 1 among these people. However, the martial arts inheritance that was so close to him slipped away from his hands. Furthermore, he could only watch helplessly as it slipped away. And Lin Xian, who he regarded as an aunt, could enter. This is not fair. Jing Jun roared in his heart. He slammed his palm on the crimson door, but there was no effect. Humph. I don't believe that you won't come out. Jing Jun sat down and prepared to wait for Lin Xian. He wanted to snatch the inheritance from Lin Xian's hands and trample Lin Xian to death. Seeing Jing Jun sit down, the other warriors also sat down and prepared to wait. Although there was no guarantee of success, they still had to try. Of course, not everyone stayed. Some warriors left wisely. There were other treasures outside and there was no need to wait for an illusory inheritance. Behind the crimson door, it was like another world. There was no green floor or hard wall. Instead, it was like a cave, surrounded by natural mountains. Lin Xian immediately assumed a defensive posture and quickly scanned the surroundings with his soul power. Beside him, the girl in white was injured and her body was weak. She forced herself to use the purple armor, forming a purple shadow to protect her body. "Are you okay?" Lin Xian looked at her inquisitively. The girl in white's veil was stained with blood. She took it off and slowly shook her head. She took out an elixir and consumed it. Then, she healed her injuries and looked around vigilantly. Lin Xian saw the girl in white's face and was stunned. He had seen many beauties. Murong Qianling's coldness, Tang Yu's unruliness, and Yin Qingyi's shyness. However, compared to the young girl in front of them, they still paled in comparison. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, the white-clothed girl's face turned slightly red. Her eyes flashed with anger and she couldn't help but snort softly. "Ah!" Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. "Hee, kid, are you tempted?" A hoarse voice echoed in the cave, sounding somewhat sinister. "You and I will work together to capture her. I want the thing, you want the person. What do you think?" The voice echoed. Lin Xian was speechless and rolled his eyes. Did he look like he couldn't wait? After the white-clothed girl heard this, her body trembled. Then, she looked at Lin Xian warily. After thinking for a while, the girl in white moved her lips and said to Lin Xian, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He is from the nether hole. He is very vicious. Don't fall into his trap." Lin Xian was startled. It seemed that the two were afraid of each other and didn't dare to casually attack. The white-clothed girl was injured, but the black-clothed man didn't dare to attack. It seemed that the white-clothed girl was very powerful. He then recalled how the white-clothed girl broke Xing Jun's attack with a single finger. That finger was very stunning and seemed to contain a kind of intent. Where is this? The land of inheritance. Lin Xian didn't answer the two. Instead, he kept looking around. He used his soul force to observe, but didn't find anything strange. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. The space here is very big. There seems to be something inside. Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian nodded. He wanted to explore, but he was worried about the two. Especially the black-clothed man. His aura was very similar to the black-clothed youths he killed in Mountain Overlook City. Moreover, he had heard of the Nether Hall from General Zhang. As for the white-clothed girl's background, he didn't know. However, she didn't seem like a bad person. The white-clothed girl doesn't seem to be from this area. Wine Lord said slowly. You know. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Wine Lord snorted, she was suppressed by the space. I'm afraid her cultivation is above the spirit sea realm. Moreover, she's about the same age as you. Do you think there's such a person in Xia country? Above the spirit sea realm? Lin Xian was surprised. He then looked at the white-clothed girl a few more times. This was too terrifying. To enter the three spirit realms at such a young age, there really wasn't anyone in Xia country. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, the white-clothed girl shrank back. She was now seriously injured and was afraid that Lin Xian and the black-clothed man would join forces. Hee, kid, have you thought it through? The black-clothed man spoke again. I think the situation is pretty good. No one needs to fight. Lin Xian shrugged. Everyone coexisted peacefully. You guys wait here. I'll go ahead and take a look. Lin Xian didn't want to break the balance. The white-clothed girl and the black-clothed man weren't people he could deal with. Only by stalling for time would he have a chance to get out. You. The white-clothed girl's face turned sullen. She glared at Lin Xian fiercely. The black-clothed man was also stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Xian wouldn't help anyone. Do you know about the Nether Hole? The white-clothed girl said, that's an evil force that once harmed many countries. And he's a remnant of the Nether Hole. If you don't kill him, he'll kill you sooner or later. Whoosh! A black light flashed and attacked the white-clothed girl like black lightning. Rumble! The purple armor emitted light, forming a tight defense. Lin Xian tensed up and prepared to retreat. These two were stronger than Jing Jun. He couldn't deal with them now. Hee, kid, she's right. The black-clothed man laughed, our Templar Hall is indeed powerful. As long as you help me, I'll lead you into the Templar Hall and make you a member of the Nether Hall. Even you can't do anything to her. My cultivation is lower than yours. What can I do? Lin Xian didn't understand. I can feel a sharp sword intent from your body. As long as you and I work together, we can definitely break through her defense. The black-clothed man said coldly. So that's how it is. Lin Xian finally understood. It turned out that both of them had taken a liking to his sword intent. Young hero, you can't listen to him. The white-clothed girl quickly said as she recovered, the Nether Hall must be trying to revive some old monsters. He's probably here for the life essence. This thing contains a powerful vitality that can revive some of the old guys in the Nether Hall. That's why we must get rid of him. Life essence. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. If the life essence was so magical, would it work on Wine Lord? Lin Xian quickly asked through voice transmission. It should be effective. But if the grade is too low, the effect won't be great. Wine Lord slowly said. After getting the answer, he fell into deep thought. No matter what, we have to try. Lin Xian decided to help Wine Lord find the life essence. Chapter 139. Brat, you talk too much. Lin Xian's question clearly displeased the black-robed man, and a black fog rushed towards Lin Xian. Chi! With a flash of sword light, the black fog was cut open and gradually dissipated. What a sharp sword intent. The white-clothed woman was slightly shocked. She knew the difference in cultivation between the two. The black-robed man was obviously much stronger than Lin Xian, but this sword cut open the black-robed man's attack. Humph. Looks like if I don't show you some tricks, you won't be honest. The black-robed man was somewhat angry. He hid in the darkness, but attacks came from all directions. Netherworld prison. The black fog around Lin Xian fluctuated, and 4 chains formed from black fog shot out from the ground, trapping him. There were fine black lines between the chains, emitting a dangerous aura. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and everything around him was clearly imprinted in his mind. Careful, don't touch the black chi, the white-clothed woman in the distance warned. Hurricane style. The long sword swept out, and 4 green hurricanes formed, breaking out in all directions. Lin Xian's body also jumped up. Gale 3 thrusts. The long sword turned into a shooting star and flew out, as if merging with the wind, extremely fast. However, the black fog was not made of metal, and could change shape at will. Lin Xian's body flew far away, and the entire rectangular black fog was stretched infinitely, but it did not shatter. It's useless, don't waste your energy. Even a martial artist in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier can't escape from the netherworld prison, not to mention you. The black-robed man's words carried a trace of pride, and his voice drifted, making people unable to distinguish its source. Lin Xian retreated rapidly, and was once again enveloped by the black fog. Brat, there's only one way to live, and that is to join hands with me, the black-robed man threatened. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He was not afraid, because it was not the first time he dealt with people from the Netherworld Hole. Earlier in the battle in Mountain Overlook City, he knew that people from the Netherworld Hall were afraid of attacks with yang attributes such as thunder and fire. He had never used the golden lightning before, so he was not worried. Even if it didn't work, he still had the bronze gauntlets. Keeping himself alive was not a problem. Tell me, what is the life essence he's looking for? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The woman in white was stunned. She thought that Lin Xian would be afraid and join forces with the black-robed man, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. I should be looking for the same thing as him, but I didn't succeed. The woman in white said, according to my calculations, this thing should be in this ruin. It's a vicious beast egg, but I don't know what species it is. In order to gain Lin Xian's support, the woman in white told him everything she knew. Vicious beast egg. Lin Xian's face was expressionless, but his heart was shaken. He remembered the cyan vicious beast egg in his storage ring. It was given to him by the little white monkey in the cave. It looked very ordinary, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, the woman in white's words made him suspicious. Wine Lord, what's so special about that egg? Lin Xian asked. That egg is not simple. It's indeed a type of life essence. Wine Lord said, but I can't use it, and you can't give it to anyone. Some of my memories are sealed, but I should recognize it subconsciously. Wine Lord thought for a moment and said. Since Wine Lord said it was important, Lin Xian would definitely not hand it over. Looks like I have to deal with the black-robed man. Lin Xian made a decision and said with his soul. How long do you need to recover? Lin Xian's voice sounded in the woman in white's mind. Her delicate body trembled as she said, you can attack at any time. Lin Xian confirmed the battle plan with her and then said to the black-robed man, I agree. Walala. The black fog dissipated, and the black-robed man's voice sounded, go and cut through her defense. Lin Xian held the crimson flame sword in his hand and walked forward slowly. When he was halfway there, he suddenly attacked. In the corner, the air vibrated, and a sword light flashed with a shocking sword intent. Bang! The black fog rolled and formed a shield, entangling the sword chi and melting it. Brat, you're courting death. The black-robed man was furious. He did not expect Lin Xian to attack him, nor did he expect Lin Xian to discover his location. Wind fusion style. Since Lin Xian had attacked, he would not stop. He waved his sword chi and attacked the black-robed man. At the same time, the woman in white also attacked. She threw out a series of palm shadows with shocking momentum. The strange sword chi disappeared and then reappeared in the air, slashing towards the black-robed man's back. The palm shadows blocked his escape route. Lin Xian and the woman in white worked together for the first time, and they had great chemistry. Humph, you can't hurt me. The black-robed man sneered. His body turned into black fog and merged into the air. My body is illusory. You can't hit me. The black-robed man laughed and floated in the air. As for you, you dare to go against the nether hole. How stupid. Whoosh. The air fluctuated, and a thick sword chi flew out and pierced through the black fog. Explode. Lin Xian shouted. Crackle. With a loud sound, golden arcs of lightning danced and formed a curtain of lightning in the air, completely covering the black fog. Chi. 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 Ah! The black-robed man screamed and turned back into his human form, tumbling in the air. Another flash. With a flash of black light, the black-robed man disappeared and reappeared in another direction. There were many small transparent holes on his body, and there was a burnt smell coming from him. He looked very miserable. "I didn't expect you to have the lightning attribute," the woman in white exclaimed. She looked at Lin Xian with curiosity. "Brat, you dare to hurt me. I'll refine you into a slave and make you wish you were dead." The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and full of killing intent. Lin Xian smiled faintly. "Cut the crap. I've killed more than one monster like you. You're the nether dozen, aren't you?" "What? You've killed people from the Templar Hole?" The black-robed man was furious. The black fog on his body surged and formed a ferocious ghost head behind him. "Let me do it." The woman in white had a serious expression. Lin Xian nodded and retreated. He knew that the black-robed man was as strong as the woman in white, but he was suppressed by the space. "I'll help from the side," Lin Xian said. His sword intent and lightning had a restraining effect on the black-robed man. The woman in white nodded slightly. Then, her body floated out, and multicolored light flew out from her body. Flickering light passing shadow. It was as if thousands of figures were dancing. Light and shadow danced, and the vast spiritual power vibrated, causing the void to tremble. The woman in white and the black-robed man fought and moved quickly. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes and could barely keep up with their speed. Too fast. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He found that he could not help. Boom, there was a violent collision. Blood flowed from the corner of the woman in white's mouth. She retreated, and a look of pain appeared on her peerless face. On the other hand, the black-robed man's aura surged. The black fog behind him filled the sky and flooded half of the cave. He waved his hand, and dozens of black fog turned into poisonous dragons. They were ferocious and pounced on the woman in white. Wind thunder slash. Lin Xian swung his sword. The sword radiance shone and cut the poisonous dragons in half. Golden electric arcs danced at the cut. Humph, hell prison. Chapter 140. For chains formed by black fog appeared beside Lin Xian again. Phantom thunder step. Lin Xian used his spiritual energy to form a lightning body, but his real body dodged quickly. The black fog flashed and the black chains shrouded the lightning body, controlling it. At this moment, the white-clothed woman and the black-robed man were fighting again. The white-clothed woman's palm technique was exquisite. Every time she struck, thousands of rays of light would appear, dissipating all the black fog that approached her. However, she was injured after all. Every battle would cause her injuries to worsen, causing her great pain. For a moment, the white-clothed woman was at a disadvantage. Wind thunder cut. The sword intent filled the sky, carrying the power of wind and thunder, and suddenly slashed at the black-robed man. Swish! Swish! A sword chi that was dozens of feet long slashed down, and golden lightning flashed in the void, attacking the black-robed man. This attack was very sudden. The black-robed man was injured by the lightning and quickly dispersed. After he used the nether prison, he did not pay much attention to it, but he did not expect it to be an illusion. Nether illusion ghost claw. A red light flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, and a huge black ghost claw appeared in front of Lin Xian. Bang! The ghost claw slammed down, causing the air to explode. The force was enough to break a mountain. Lin Xian wanted to escape, but he found that his surroundings were sealed. He could only resist. Spirit Severing Protection Sword Chi. Lin Xian's body glowed with a red sword light, and at the same time, he activated the ancient armor on his body to block the attack. Faint ripples appeared, and Lin Xian's body formed a shadow of armor, enveloping him. Rumble. When the black ghost claw touched Lin Xian, the red sword chi around his body shattered in an instant. He felt as if he was hit by a huge mountain. The blood in his body churned, and his spiritual sea shook. He felt that his body was about to shatter. Fortunately, the ancient armor's defense blocked most of the attack, allowing him to escape with his life. Boom! Lin Xian's body flew out and crashed into the ground below, creating a deep pit. Damn it, so powerful! Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was hideous. His entire body was in intense pain, and he even suffered internal injuries. If it wasn't for the ancient armor, this strike would have been enough to take his life. He took out a goblet of spirit wine and quickly downed it. Then, he used the longevity incantation to suppress his injuries before slowly rising to his feet. He's not dead. The black-robed man who was fighting the white-clothed woman sensed that Lin Xian was still alive and was greatly surprised. That strike of his was more than enough to kill a martial artist in the third sky of the spiritual ocean realm, but Lin Xian was only injured. You have quite a few treasures on you. When you die, they'll all be mine. The black-robed man sneered. Once again, a huge ghostly hand was formed, emitting a boundless aura in the air. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt the threat of death looming over him. Fortunately, the white-robed woman acted in time and destroyed the ghostly hand in the sky. Moreover, she attacked with all her might, not giving the black-robed man any chance to escape. Lin Xian stood on the ground with a cold look in his eyes. He had to get rid of the black-robed man as soon as possible, or else he would end up in a miserable state. As long as there was another nether ghostly hand, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Try this. Lin Xian took out the talisman treasure he got from Ling Feng. Injecting spirit power, the octagonal stone bloomed with light, and a huge pressure appeared. Feeling this pressure, the white-robed woman and the black-robed man in the air were shocked. If they were in the outside world, they wouldn't be afraid. However, in this trial by bloodland, their strength was suppressed, and this kind of method could threaten their lives. Whoosh! The black-robed man made a prompt decision and rushed towards Lin Xian in a flash. Retreat! The white-robed woman shouted, and at the same time, used her movement technique to try and stop him. Go! Lin Xian threw out the talisman treasure. The black mountain peak appeared in the air. The hole on it was gone, but the light was somewhat dim. It slowly rotated and pressed towards the void. Nether flash. The black-robed man dodged and arrived in front of Lin Xian. Kid, go die. A black ghostly claw appeared, and a baleful aura filled the air. It was eerie and terrifying. Lin Xian felt the aura of death, and all the hair on his body stood up. He activated the ancient armor with all his strength, and at the same time, his sword intent continued to rise, and lightning surrounded his body. In an instant, Lin Xian used all his methods. Pang! The black ghostly claw came down, but it was sent flying by the white-robed woman. The fierce energy exploded in front of Lin Xian. The three figures retreated. The black-robed man was locked in by the black mountain peak, and the white-robed woman retreated with a pale face. Lin Xian spat out blood and flew backwards. Many of the bones in his body were almost broken, and he had suffered serious internal injuries. It could be said that this was the first time he had suffered such serious injuries since he started cultivating. Putong! Lin Xian crashed into the mountain wall, creating a human-shaped crack, and then fell to the ground. He endured the pain, drank the spirit wine, and used the longevity art. The spirit sea in his body vibrated, and circles of green spirit power surged out, repairing his body. The longevity art released its power, bringing life to Lin Xian's broken body. In another direction, the black-robed man resisted the black mountain peak with all his strength. The black fog on his body continued to expand, forming a 3-foot-tall skeleton man. He raised his hands and resisted the black mountain peak. "Don't let him escape." Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. The white-robed woman's body was surrounded by light, like a fairy. She summoned a lotus flower, and it took root in the void, creating a hazy scene. Slash! The green lotus was like a sharp sword, cutting through the void, and the light shone brightly, covering the front. Nether shock heaven. The black-robed man shouted, and black blood flowed out of his body. It seemed that he had used some kind of forbidden technique, and his aura increased greatly, pushing the black mountain peak away. Rumble. The green lotus slashed and collided with the black fog, and a terrifying energy swept in all directions. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes, and his eyes flashed. He found that the black-robed man was seriously injured, but he was not dead. "Have a taste of this." He took out the green gauntlet. He did not have much spiritual energy left, so he could only use it one more time. A white light shone, and Lin Xian slowly raised his left hand. "Let's end this." An energy pillar as thick as a water tank shot out, quickly flying towards the black-robed man. Green Lotus Heaven Trap. The white-robed woman also waved her arm, and a green lotus split into several shadows, freezing the void. Feeling the danger of death, the black-robed man frantically tried to escape. Bang! 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 He charged left and right, and each time he brought a huge amount of energy, but he was bounced back every time. The white-robed woman did not have it easy either. Every time the black-robed man hit her, she would spit out blood. The void was frozen, and the black-robed man was locked in midair, unable to escape. White light flashed and drowned him. "Since I'm going to die, let's die together." The black-robed man roared crazily, and his body continued to expand. "Not good, he's going to self-destruct." The white-robed woman's face turned pale, and she activated her strongest defense. Lin Xian also used all his remaining spiritual energy to activate the ancient armor. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire void was annihilated. Violent energy scattered in all directions, covering everything. Outside the red door, Jing Jun and the others waited anxiously. Suddenly, a trace of terrifying energy came out from the door gap, and just the aftershock caused the void to tremble and rumble. Chapter 141. The disciples outside the blood-colored door were shocked by the terrifying power. They didn't know what had happened inside and could only guess. Inside the door, the light gradually faded and dust settled. The surroundings were a mess, and the air was still filled with a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's face was pale, and he gasped for breath. At the moment of the explosion, he frantically activated his defenses, but the power was too strong, and he felt like his body was going to shatter. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a black vortex appeared in front of him and sucked away all the terrifying energy. That was how he managed to escape a calamity. The bronze gauntlets and ancient armor on his body were cracked, and he estimated that they would shatter after a few uses. The mountain talisman turned into dust and disappeared in the air. He circulated the art of longevity as he looked around. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched. In front of him, the white-clothed girl had fallen to the side, and blood was flowing out of her body. "Are you okay?" Lin Xian struggled to walk over. The white-clothed girl was heavily injured, and her consciousness was unclear. She opened her mouth slightly, and then fainted. Lin Xian was shocked, but when he sensed that the girl was still alive, he sighed in relief. Taking out a cup of spirit wine, Lin Xian poured it down the girl's throat. Then he sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. 2 hours later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Although his injuries wouldn't heal immediately, he could at least move. Standing up and stretching his limbs, Lin Xian looked ahead. There was a path there, but he didn't know where it led. He bent down slightly and carried the white-clothed girl on his back, and then walked into the depths of the cave. Feeling the warmth on his back, Lin Xian's heart beat violently. He had never carried a girl on his back, especially such a beautiful girl. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he quickly calmed his mind. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked into the depths of the cave. Drip. Drip. Water droplets fell from the walls above, and there were some puddles on the ground. Lin Xian stepped on them, and they splashed up. After a while, he reached the end. There was also a pool in front of him, but it wasn't blood, but water. The space wasn't big, only a third of the size of the outer sanctum's main hall. There was a pool in the middle, which took up almost half of the space, surrounded by walls. Other than that, there was nothing else. Lin Xian put the white-clothed girl down and then looked around. He realized that this place was not a land of inheritance, but a figment of the imagination of the disciples outside. However, he didn't come out empty-handed. On the surrounding walls, there were some carvings. Many of them were martial arts techniques, which made Lin Xian very happy. These seemed to be Sanzhou. Wine Lord's eyes were very sharp, and he could tell at a glance. Sanzhou is also not bad. In any case, I have obtained the Wind Emperor's sword. It can be considered a type of inheritance. Lin Xian was very content. He looked at them one by one and realized that the martial arts on them were not very good. Some of them were even inferior to profound rank martial arts. With a sigh, Lin Xian sat down. At this time, the white-clothed girl also woke up. There was a trace of confusion in her limpid eyes, followed by intense pain. Lin Xian supported her and slowly injected a trace of spirit energy into the girl's body. He realized that the longevity art had a super strong recovery effect, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivation methods. After being nourished by Lin Xian's spirit energy, the white-clothed girl's face had a trace of redness. My name is Lin Xian, a disciple of the mysterious Sky Sect. How should I address you? Lin Xian retracted his hand and handed over a pot of spirit wine. Shenjingqiu. The white-clothed girl took the spirit wine and said softly. Can you tell me in detail what you're looking for? Lin Xian asked, showing a curious look. Shenjingqiu shook her head. Actually, I was ordered to look for this thing. I don't know the details. Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect such an answer. Following that, the two of them fell silent and recovered their bodies. A day later, Lin Xian woke up hungry. He was at the first sky of the spiritual ocean realm and was far from being able to fast. He needed a large amount of food to replenish his energy. Opposite him, Shenjingqiu's face was also slightly red, and she held her stomach unnaturally. I'm hungry. Lin Xian's face fell. Let's see what's there. He stood up and walked to the front of the pool. After a day of recovery, the two of them were much better, and their cultivation had also recovered a little. At this time, the two of them stood in front of the pool and kept looking. Splash! Splash! As if responding to Lin Xian and Shenjingqiu, a sound came from the water. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes and looked down. A few black shadows swam quickly, spitting out bubbles from time to time. There's fish. Lin Xian's face lit up. Shenjingqiu also smiled happily. Watch me. Lin Xian flicked his finger, and a golden arc flew into the water and disappeared in a flash. A moment later, a low sound came, and then a few black shadows floated up. They were a type of fish that was red all over. They were about a meter long and looked very ordinary. "Hey, it's young fish." Wine Lord was surprised. But their bloodline is not pure. Lin Xian was too hungry, so he ignored Wine Lord's words and stared at the fish. A total of 3 appeared. Lin Xian scooped them up and cleaned them up. "There's no fire." He scratched his head, took out a long saber, and pierced the red young fish on it. "Let me do it." Shen Jingqiu smiled bitterly. She flipped her palm and a ball of flame appeared. No one would have thought that one day, a treasured weapon and cultivation method would be used on grilling fish. The 3 big fish were eaten up by the 2 of them, and they breathed a sigh of relief. "It's time to go back." Lin Xian prepared to leave. However, when they returned to the blood-red door, they sadly found that they could not open it at all. "How can this be?" Lin Xian frowned. "I remember that there was a force that sucked us in that day," Shen Jingqiu said. "But there's nothing here." The 2 of them looked at each other and decided to do a thorough search. After searching for a while, they found nothing. In the end, Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu returned to the pool. "This pool?" Shen Jingqiu was puzzled. "This is the only place we haven't explored yet. Do you want to go down and take a look?" Lin Xian was also curious. After making the decision, the 2 of them did not immediately go down. Instead, they focused on recovering their cultivation. No one knew what was at the bottom of the pool. Even Wine Lord could not explore it. 2 days later, the 2 of them had recovered about 70 to 80% of their cultivation, and they finally decided to go down and explore. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu opened their spiritual defenses and dived into the water. The water was not cold. On the contrary, it was warm. As the 2 of them continued to sink, the young fish around them were frightened. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes to explore the surroundings. He found a huge black shadow below. Shen Jingqiu also noticed the abnormality. The 2 of them discussed and decided to continue sinking. With Lin Xian's current cultivation, he could stay underwater for an hour without breathing. If they stayed underwater for any longer, he would not be able to take it. Shen Jingqiu's cultivation was very high, so she probably would not have this problem. The 2 of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to reach the black shadow. Chapter 142. Lin Xian looked in front of him with a face full of shock. In front of him was a dilapidated building that was split into 2 halves from the middle. The cut was even as if it was cut by a sharp blade. The stone pillars of the palace were piled up with skulls. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. He slowly descended and arrived at the top of the building. There was a chilly aura that made people feel uncomfortable all over. Shen Jingqiu also descended and walked in with Lin Xian. There were dozens of skeletal corpses lying on the ground. The surrounding water seemed to have no effect on them. One of the corpses stood proudly. The flesh on his body was still there, as if he was still alive. However, his head was missing. Only a headless corpse was left standing there. Could it be that the pillars outside were piled up with these people's skulls? Lin Xian gasped. But where is this person's head? Shen Jingqiu was puzzled. If his body was indestructible, his head should be the same. However, there were no such skulls outside. The 2 of them couldn't figure it out. Lin Xian shook his head and began to search around. "There are words here," Shen Jingqiu transmitted. Lin Xian walked over and found a row of crooked words on the ground. "They are here." The person who carved the words obviously had a high cultivation because Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu could feel a sense of despair from the words. These corpses were at least at the harmonious spirit realm. However, there were no wounds on the bones. It should be a head injury that killed them in one hit. Wine Lord analyzed again. A group of harmonious spirit realm experts, killed in one hit. Lin Xian was speechless. The elders of the Profound Heaven sect were only at the harmonious spirit realm, but these corpses were all at the harmonious spirit realm. In other words, even someone at the level of an elder could be killed with a single strike. Just who was it that had such power? Who were they? Beside him, Shinjingqiu also noticed this. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and she was speechless for a long time. There's a palace below. Lin Xian looked down. It was as if the underground world had been cut open. On both sides were the mountain rocks at the bottom of the sea, and in the middle was a big crack. The two of them quickly descended and finally arrived at the second palace. It was also cut in half and filled with corpses. However, there were clearly more people here, and there were also some broken swords and sabers left behind. Lin Xian discovered that the lowest grade of these weapons was a profound grade treasure, but now they were all broken. There were words here too. Shinjingqiu pointed to the ground and said with an unnatural expression. They're here. The item is missing. He did not seem to have finished speaking. He wondered if there was a third palace. Lin Xian was curious. I can feel an aura from below, Shinjingqiu said. I don't have much time left. I need to take a breather. Lin Xian was a little hesitant. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, come back quickly. The two of them were like agile fish, quickly descending. In front, a light shone. There's a palace. It's not destroyed. The two of them were happy and increased their speed. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed and attacked the two of them. The water stirred and surged. A huge force pressed down on Lin Xian, causing him to feel stifled. Lin Xian flashed and quickly dodged. However, he was affected by the resistance in the water, so his speed was slower than usual. Dang! He raised his hand and struck out with the triple suppressing mountain hand, colliding with the black shadow. Moreover, he borrowed the recoil and quickly retreated. After retreating far away, he discovered that the black shadow was actually the tentacle of an octopus. Lin Xian and Shinjingqiu did not dare to stay. They ran with all their might towards the palace below. The tentacle was like a sharp sword, quickly slashing towards the two of them. Splitting wind style. Lin Xian struck out with his sword. The water in front of him seemed to be split in two, flowing to the sides. This was a new sword skill he had comprehended when he was comprehending the Wind Emperor's sword. He did not expect it to be so effective in the water. Chi. Seeing that the tentacle behind them was about to hit the two of them, Lin Xian and Shinjingqiu finally entered the palace. Bo! It was as if they had entered another space. There was no water in the palace, but it was filled with spirit energy. Phew! Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was almost time for him to breathe. Fortunately, there was no water here. Outside, the octopus tentacle seemed to be afraid of the palace. It did not attack, but quickly left. Let's see what's inside. Lin Xian and Shinjingqiu were still searching. Damn, it's a treasured weapon. Lin Xian exclaimed. He discovered that the shelves in front of him were filled with weapons. Each of them had inscriptions carved on them. Lin Xian took a fancy to a long sword and reached out to grab it. Hua! The long sword shattered into tiny pieces and scattered on the ground. How could this be? He tried again and realized that all the weapons could not be used. At the side, Shinjingqiu also shook her head. The treasured bottle in her hand also shattered quickly. These things were all broken. It was just that their appearance did not change. The two of them were disappointed. They quickly walked into the inner hall. Inside, there was a bronze coffin lying there quietly. On top of it, there was a plate with 2 eggshells. However, both of them were broken, and there was nothing inside. This, Shen Jingqiu exclaimed, could it be life essence? Lin Xian's expression was strange. He thought of the green egg in the storage ring. Gently picking up a piece of the eggshell, Lin Xian realized that it was extraordinarily hard. It was impossible to break. At this moment, the green egg in his storage ring shook as if it had come to life. Lin Xian remained calm and asked Wine Lord. Maybe it originally belonged here. Wine Lord sighed. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He discovered that there was an empty space on the plate. Could it be that this egg was also here? Lin Xian guessed. He planned to take the broken eggshell away. Let's each take one. Shen Jingqiu was also very interested in the eggshell. She immediately snatched one. Lin Xian put away the other one. This picture is. Wine Lord was surprised. Lin Xian looked around. He discovered that there were 2 dragons carved on both sides of the bronze coffin. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Go around. Wine Lord said. Lin Xian quickly moved and discovered that there was a sword carved on the innermost side of the coffin. The sword hilt had a dragon body. It was very strange and intimidating. Shen Jingqiu walked over and also discovered the carving. Her beautiful eyes turned. I seem to have heard of a legend. She stared at the strange sword, her eyes somewhat blurred. Legend? Lin Xian asked, what legend? I once heard my master talk about it. At that time, they were talking about the continent's weapons. Some people said it was the Overlord spear, while others said it was the Jade Fall saber. But my master said it was the Great Dragon sword. He said that it was the sharpest weapon. At that time, all the elders laughed and said that the Great Dragon sword was only a legend. I didn't expect to see this picture here today. Shen Jingqiu sighed, could the legend be true? Great Dragon sword. Lin Xian whispered. He reached out and pressed his hand on it, wanting to feel it. Chapter 143. A loud dragon's roar rang out, echoing through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's soul felt a strong impact, as if there was a real dragon's shadow rushing into his mind. Whing. In his mind, the soul power formed a long sword, buzzing. Sword intent shot up into the sky. Lin Xian was like a divine sword, resisting the dragon sword mark. Shen Jingqiu's beautiful eyes were surprised. She didn't expect the young man in front of her to cause such a phenomenon. And inside Lin Xian's body, Wine Lord's expression changed for the first time. Great Dragon sword mark. I didn't expect to see it here. Little Xian, do as I say. Wine Lord said in a low voice. Then, Wine Lord taught Lin Xian how to form seals, sucking the Great Dragon sword mark into his mind. Hong. As if heaven and earth were split open, Lin Xian felt a wave of emptiness. Then, his whole body was enveloped in a huge amount of energy. The Great Dragon intent roared in his mind, causing his whole body to tremble. Lin Xian followed Wine Lord's teachings and quickly formed seals, wanting to seal the Great Dragon sword mark. That sword's shadow screamed. Whing! Whing! The mysterious small sword in his body trembled, emitting sword intent. In his mind, the Great Dragon sword mark felt the existence of some small sword and immediately calmed down, slowly merging with Lin Xian's sword spirit. The process was very fast, only happening in an instant. Lin Xian felt his mind become abnormally clear, and the world in front of him seemed to have changed. He took his hand away and found that the great dragon mark on the coffin had disappeared. You sucked away the engraving. Shen Jingqiu's face was full of disbelief. She came from a large sect and had seen many things, so she naturally saw the danger of the engraving. Even she didn't dare to try. But this young man in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier actually succeeded. It ran in by itself. I couldn't do anything about it. Lin Xian spread his hands, looking like he didn't mean to. Shen Jingqiu found that she could no longer see through Lin Xian. It was as if this youth was hiding countless secrets. Lin Xian didn't continue the topic. Instead, he said, let's search a bit more. If there's nothing, we'll go back. Shen Jingqiu nodded. She didn't know why, but she felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. The two of them split up. Lin Xian walked slowly while secretly communicating with Wine Lord. What exactly is this Great Dragon Sword seal, and the legend of the Great Dragon Sword? Wine Lord, do you know? There is still some information left in my memories. It just so happens that this Great Dragon Sword is among them, Wine Lord said slowly. Legend has it that when the heavens and earth were first created, 7 sword scars were formed, representing 7 types of origin power. Later on, a true dragon fused with one of the sword scars, forming the Great Dragon Sword. In the legends, the Great Dragon Sword's attack is unparalleled. Not only is it a peerless divine weapon, it also contains a supreme attack saint technique. It is a treasure that everyone wants to obtain. True Dragon, 7 types of origin power, attack saint technique. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the Great Dragon Sword to have such a great origin. What you just absorbed was a sword seal. Someone must have imitated the Great Dragon Sword and carved it, Wine Lord explained. It can be said that this sword seal is a simplified version of the Great Dragon Sword, Wine Lord sighed. I didn't expect that there would be someone here who knows about the Great Dragon Sword. Then where is the real Great Dragon Sword? What's in that coffin? Lin Xian asked curiously. Don't think too much. We don't know where the Great Dragon Sword is. It's impossible for it to appear here, Wine Lord said coldly. If that thing were to appear, I'm afraid the entire world would be in chaos. Let's not talk about Yunzhou. Even the Great Xia would be destroyed in an instant. Lin Xian was speechless. It seemed that he had underestimated the temptation of the Great Dragon Sword. Comprehend this sword seal well. The things it contains are not inferior to any inheritance. Lin Xian nodded. He realized that he knew too little about this world. If one day, I can obtain the real Great Dragon Sword, how impressive would that be? Lin Xian yearned for it. He decided that after settling his family's matters, he would go out to train. After fusing with the sword seal, his soul power increased again. Soon, he would reach the level of a first-grade inscriptionist. What made him happy was that his purple spirit eyes had broken through to the 2nd level. Not only could he use his purple spirit eyes to probe, but he could also use soul attacks and other means. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of red light, as if he could see through everything. He turned his gaze to the bronze coffin and looked at it curiously. Bang! Bang! A pair of eyes, like 2 divine lights, looked at Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian quickly retreated with a face full of shock. That gaze just now had come from the bronze coffin, and he had also vaguely seen a human figure lying inside. Gulp! Lin Xian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He realized that this place was a little scary. A coffin that could carve the Great Dragon Sword seal must not be a simple existence. Fortunately, the existence in the coffin only glanced at Lin Xian and did not do anything else. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end and planned to leave this place quickly. He found Shinjingqiu and planned to return. The two of them walked back and came to the exit. However, they realized that the giant octopus was still outside, blocking the way out. What should we do? Shinjingqiu looked at Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was weaker than hers, she did not underestimate Lin Xian. Let's see if we can charge out. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He did not want to stay here any longer. Bow! Bow! Spiritual power armor appeared on their bodies and they quickly rushed out. Among them, Lin Xian held a long sword in his hand as a precaution. Whoosh! 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 The giant octopus waved its tentacles and stirred up a whirlpool at the bottom of the water, attacking Lin Xian and Shinjingqiu. This kind of attack was not something that Lin Xian and Shinjingqiu could withstand. They held on for a while before retreating. Damn it, we're trapped here. Lin Xian's face darkened as he walked around the hole. Forget it, let's rest first. This monster can't stay here forever. Shinjingqiu said, when my body fully recovers, I will be able to use a secret technique and we will be able to get out. The two of them sat down and began to cultivate. Lin Xian began to comprehend the inheritance that he had obtained during this period. He focused on the Wind Emperor's sword and the Great Dragon Sword seal. From the Wind Emperor's sword, he had obtained the Wind Fusion style, Hurricane style, and Wind Splitting style, which were extremely powerful. And this was only a part of the Wind Emperor's sword. The Great Dragon Sword seal that he had just obtained contained even more. It was not a specific sword skill, but a mysterious and profound concept. Wine Lord had told him that the Great Dragon Sword seal was an offensive saint technique that could simulate all kinds of attacks. Although this sword mark wasn't that abnormal, the attack method it contained was also a rare secret technique. Lin Xian's soul power was strong and his comprehension ability was strong. With Wine Lord's guidance, he improved rapidly. Boom! Boom! Chapter 144. This feeling was very strange, and it made Lin Xian uneasy. Beside him, Shinjingqiu also opened her eyes, and a solemn expression appeared on her beautiful face. You felt it too? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Shinjingqiu looked at the bronze coffin inside. Don't act rashly. Wait for me to recover, and we'll leave immediately. Lin Xian immediately gave Shinjingqiu a bottle of spirit wine to let her recover. Clang! With a loud sound, the bronze coffin opened a little. Lin Xian stood up abruptly, feeling extremely terrified. Don't act rashly. Wine Lord reminded. This aura is so dark. Shinjingqiu frowned. Could this be the old fart of the nether hole? Lin Xian felt an aura similar to the black-robed man, but it was not quite the same. Could it be that them carved on the ground was referring to the nether hole? Were those people also killed by the nether hole? But why did he not want the heads? Lin Xian could not figure it out, but now was not the time to think about these questions. He and Shinjingqiu cautiously retreated. Buzz! An inexplicable suction force appeared, like an invisible abyss that was about to swallow the two of them. This power. Could it be that he sucked us in? The two of them circulated their spirit power and tried their best to resist. Lin Xian realized that the green egg in his ring seemed to be about to be absorbed, and he was so frightened that he quickly controlled it. Fortunately, Wine Lord was there, and the green egg did not escape. Shinjingqiu's expression changed drastically, and a violent aura fluctuated from her body. He wants to absorb the life essence. Lin Xian understood. Sword intent surged all over his body, and the Great Dragon Sword seal in his mind hummed softly, and a sharp sword aura slashed forward. Chi! Chi! The sword slashed down, cutting off the illusory power. The suction force disappeared, and everything returned to normal. However, in the next moment, an even stronger suction force appeared. Let's go. The two of them did not hesitate and rushed out of the hole. In their opinion, the bronze coffin was much more powerful than the giant octopus. Lin Xian and Lin Xian turned into two rays of light and dove into the water. Whoosh! Whoosh! The octopus tentacles flew over like mountains. Behind them, the bronze coffin flew out of the palace and chased after them. Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. He circulated his strength with all his might and fled downwards. Bang! 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 3 water pillars rushed over and slammed into the two of them, causing Lin Xian's qi and blood to roil. I have a kind of life essence on me. He might be coming for me. Hurry up and leave. Shen Jingqiu looked dignified. She didn't want Lin Xian to die with her in vain. I have some on me too. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He had a good impression of the girl in front of him. Behind him, the bronze coffin trembled slightly. The dragons on both sides of the coffin seemed to come alive. They turned into 2 water dragons and roared as they charged forward. On the other side, the giant octopus was not far behind. Although it was afraid of the bronze coffin, it was attracted by the things on the two of them. A giant tentacle, dozens of feet long, covered the sky and rushed toward Lin Xian and Lin Xian. There's a crack below. It seems like there's a teleportation array. Wine Lord's voice sounded. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes and found a crack. He hurriedly told Shen Jingqiu where the two of them were. Clang! Lin Xian slashed open the crack with his sword and found that there were indeed 2 ancient array platforms inside. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu's body seemed to be pulled by something and quickly retreated. Damn it! Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Almost without any hesitation, he rushed into the sky. Meteor beyond the heavens. Sword chi was like a rainbow and sword intent surged. Lin Xian used his strongest attack and turned into a meteor. Outside of him, there was a faint dragon shape, roaring ferociously. Shen Jingqiu's heart sank bit by bit. The moment she was caught, a bitter smile appeared on her face. Her cultivation was extremely high and her status was even more honorable. She came to such a remote place to search for something and was about to die here. At that moment, she thought of many things and could only sigh in the end. Am I going to die here? Suddenly, the water surged violently and a figure rushed over. It's him. Shen Jingqiu's heart palpitated. She thought that Lin Xian had left long ago. She did not expect, he actually gave up on escaping from me and disregarded his life. Shen Jingqiu's heart was filled with an inexplicable emotion. But, what's the use? In her opinion, Lin Xian's cultivation could not change anything. Whoosh! Below, sword intent exploded and the sharp edge of the sword split the water apart. The stunning sword slashed Shen Jingqiu's back. Let's go. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Shen Jingqiu was in a daze as she stared blankly at the young man in front of her. He had black hair, delicate features, and a thin body. But his eyes were as bright as the stars and full of confidence. After that, a violent wave swept over. Lin Xian flashed, grabbed Shen Jingqiu, and rushed down quickly. Holding the beauty in his left hand, he waved the long sword in his right hand. With a slash, the water on both sides flew backward and even the resistance was reduced. Shen Jingqiu came back to her senses. Feeling the strange sensation in her hand, her face turned slightly red. However, she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she let Lin Xian hold it. She rejoiced in her heart. Just as she was about to give up, this young man pulled her out of the brink of death. Whoosh! Lin Xian landed on the array platform. Just activate your spiritual power. This was what the Wine Lord told him. Shen Jingqiu stood on another array platform and stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. The array was activated and white light flashed. Just as the figure was about to disappear, a pouch flew into Lin Xian's hand. At the same time, Shen Jingqiu's voice echoed in his ears. I'm in the Sky Martial region, Flying Moon Pavilion. Finally, the light disappeared and the figure disappeared. Inside the blood-red palace, the disciples left the blood-red door unwillingly. The trial was about to end, and they did not want to waste any more time. Jing Jun also stood up unwillingly. He glared fiercely at the blood-colored door and quickly left. When Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu left using the teleportation array, the trial of blood had also ended. The time was slightly different from the calculations. It was less than a month, but it was the longest trial in 100 years. Outside, white light flashed. Disciples appeared one after another. They all had different expressions, but most of them were joyful. After all, they all obtained treasures, and many of them even entered the spiritual ocean tier. The elders of the various sects all laughed and looked at the disciples with joy in their hearts. What? Only you came out. Where are the others? In the crowd, the Ling family's elder shouted, his face red. In front of him was a Ling family disciple. Under the elder's pressure, he trembled and almost fainted. I don't know. The disciple's voice trembled. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe they're still inside. Someone advised, after all, the trial grounds haven't completely closed. On the other side, Black Heaven Sect. Elder Shuo looked at Jing Jun, who entered the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his old face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Elder Duanmu's expression darkened. Why hadn't Lin Xian come out yet? Junior brother Lin entered the final inheritance ground. I wonder what the result was, Murong Qianling said. What? Inheritance ground. Not only the elders of Black Heaven Sect, but the elders of other forces also knew about this. After all, many people saw Lin Xian enter the blood-red door. Chapter 145. Everyone looked in the direction of the Black Heaven Sect with undisguised passion in their eyes. Elder Duanmu, Elder Hua, and the rest caught Murong Qianling and kept asking her questions. Elder Shuo stood at the side with a gloomy face. In the distance, the elders of the Ling family almost vomited blood when they heard the news. Their bodies trembled non-stop. Get ready to receive Lin Xian. Elder Duanmu said in a deep voice, no matter what, we have to protect him. He knew that inheritances were too important, and other forces might try to meddle in it. Even if they didn't make a move on the surface, they would make a move in the dark. The other elders also nodded. They also knew the seriousness of the matter. Everyone waited anxiously. As long as Lin Xian came out, a group of people would probably swarm him. However, after a period of time, the exit gradually faded and was about to disappear. Lin Xian's figure still hadn't come out. He couldn't have died inside, right? Someone gloated. It's possible. Does he really think that it's so easy to get an inheritance warrior? Secretly, many people sneered. On the Black Heaven Sect side, the elders were anxious and asked Murong Qianling and the rest again. Elder Shuo sneered and said indifferently, there's no need to wait. The seal is closed. Dead geniuses are nothing. There's no need for us to worry about him. Everyone was silent. Murong Qianling and the rest had a look of disbelief. However, no matter what, they couldn't enter. They could only wait 7 years for the seal to be released again. The other forces secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Lin Xian really brought out the inheritance martial arts, there would be chaos here. With Lin Xian's talent, he would definitely be able to advance quickly. After a few years, he might enter the three spirit realms. If he added his abnormal sword intent, most people in the cloud state wouldn't be his match. The Black Heaven sect would also surpass the three sects and become the overlord of the cloud state. This was a situation that no one wanted to see. Other than the Black Heaven sect, the most sorrowful were the elders of the Ling family. 10 elite disciples entered and only one came out. This was unbearable for them. 2 of the Ling family's elders fainted on the spot. The others were also trembling. Lin Xian. The group of elders gnashed their teeth. They learned from the surviving disciple that the fall of the Ling family disciples was closely related to Lin Xian. They originally wanted to get rid of Lin Xian, but who would have thought that they would be killed by an ant instead? However, Lin Xian did not come out, so they were very sullen and had nowhere to vent their resentment. Let's go. Many forces left one after another. Elder Duanmu sighed. Maybe it takes a lot of time to obtain the legacy martial arts. Maybe Lin Xian is still alive. It's possible that he will come out the next time it opens. Everyone was silent. They knew that this was just a type of consolation. The possibility of this was too small, almost impossible. Left with no other choice, they waited for another day before leaving. Inside the blood-colored palace, in the underwater world. The huge octopus floated powerlessly, all of its blood essence had been sucked dry. A bronze coffin was suspended at the side, its surface flickering with light. A faint green chi floated in the air and gradually converged, forming a human figure above. A green-haired young man appeared. His skin was pale, and he had a strange smile on his face. After moving his body, the green-haired young man turned into a ray of light and arrived at the array platform below. He shot out a ray of light and disappeared. The space shook and a ray of light danced. A human figure appeared in the air. Whoosh! The human figure landed on the ground, his body trembling slightly. This person was Lin Xian. He quickly circulated the art of longevity to remove the side effects of the teleportation. After a while, he opened his eyes. Spreading out his soul power, Lin Xian cautiously scanned his surroundings. This was a cave, and there was no one around. It was extremely desolate. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief and walked out. After passing through a long tunnel, he walked out of the cave. He was surrounded by tall mountains, and there were occasional wolf howls. Seems like it's in the forest. I wonder if it's still in Yunzhou. Lin Xian planned to walk out of the mountains first before making any plans. Whoosh! He turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Green trees, green mountains, and flowing water. A boundless aura assaulted his face. In the forest, a few human figures were moving quickly. Sister Yu, that's the demonic beast's cave. The ink spirit flower is there. With the ink spirit flower, Master Hong will definitely help us. The girl's voice had a hint of desire. Whoosh! 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 5 human figures rushed forward and soon arrived in front of a cave. Over there was a purple plant with a black flower blooming. Each petal was like black jade. It's really the ink spirit flower. The girl was pleasantly surprised. She quickly rushed forward. Wait! The young man beside her pulled her back. Don't rush. Let's deal with the problem first. The girl seemed to have understood. Her face turned serious as she looked at the cave with her beautiful eyes. There's a silver cloud beast inside. It's a peak rank 3 demonic beast. I heard that it's not weaker than a rank 4 demonic beast. You guys have to be careful. The leader was a handsome young man. He said to the 4 people behind him. Don't worry, Brother Lon. If we work together, we can still kill a rank 3 demonic beast. The young men were confident in Brother Lon. You guys set up a sword array. I'll lure it out, the young man called Brother Lon said cautiously. The 4 of them stood in 4 different directions. They held long swords and formed a sword art. Spiritual energy surged out of their bodies and entered the ground. It quickly formed a complicated pattern. When Brother Lon saw it, he flipped his palm and took out a piece of dead wood. He lit it up. Faint green smoke rose and emitted a strange smell. It spread out of the cave. Roar! Soon, an excited roar came from the cave. Then, a silver figure flashed out. Whoosh! The silver figure left a trace in the air. Its huge body had already arrived in front of everyone. Bang! Bang! It landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The ground trembled. This was a strange demonic beast. It had the body of a bull and the tail of a snake. Its head was like a flower. It had no facial features, but 5 long stamens that kept rolling outside. Each stamen was a few meters long and silver in color. Its body also seemed to be made of silver. Sensing the strange smell in the air, the silver cloud beast was excited. The 5 colorful petals on its face kept shaking, and the long stamens danced like spiritual snakes. Brother Lon waved his long sword. Sword chi streaked across the air and slashed at the silver cloud beast. Roar! The 5 petals opened up and let out a shocking roar. The silver stamens rolled like spears and stabbed at the sword chi in the air. Brother Lon sneered and said in a low voice, "Burn." On the sword chi, a red flame appeared and burned fiercely. Sizzle! The silver cloud beast was caught off guard. It was burned by the flame on the sword chi. It roared angrily. It jumped and pounced forward. The 5 long stamens turned into agile whips and kept waving. Bang! Brother Lon quickly retreated and brought the silver cloud beast to the middle of the 4 people. Chapter 146. The moment the silver cloud beast landed, the 4 of them moved. They each used a sword technique and merged it into the air. A sharp aura spread out. Light shone under their feet. Sword chi rushed out. It was as red as fire and slashed towards the silver cloud beast. Clang! Clang! The fiery red sword chi struck the silver cloud beast, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Roar! The silver cloud beast was furious. It roared into the sky. The 5 petals opened up and spat out a powder-like thing. It danced in the air. Oh no, it's poisonous powder. Hold your breath. The young man called Brother Lon shouted. The 4 of them used their spiritual power to protect themselves. At the same time, they kept changing their sword techniques. Wind and fire sky. In the next moment, the sword formation shone brightly. Countless streaks of sword chi spun quickly, forming 2 wing-like shadows. Fan! The young man in the lead shouted. Whoosh! The shadow flapped its wings, bringing with it an endless strong wind. The sharp sword chi was mixed in it as it rushed towards the silver cloud beast. Whoosh! The poisonous powder touched the wind and sword chi. They dissolved each other. The void trembled. The silver cloud beast's attack failed. It was furious. The snake tail behind it kept slapping the ground. The 5 petals on its head glowed. Its demonic aura grew. Roar! The demonic aura intertwined, forming a huge demonic shadow. Its body flashed and it rushed towards the group. Trap! The sword chi changed again. It intertwined into a sword net and covered the front. Rumble! The silver cloud beast's body crashed into the net. It made a shocking sound. The violent energy wave hit the group. Puff! Some of them couldn't withstand the power and spat out blood. Crack! Crack! The entire sword formation broke. The sword shadows disappeared. Oh no, this silver cloud beast is a rank 4 demonic beast. The young man in the lead exclaimed. Run! The group was forced to stop the sword formation. Their aura was tumbling. They couldn't use all their power. After the silver cloud beast attacked, it attacked again. 5 silver stamens danced in the air and rushed towards the group. Every single one of them flew towards a single person. There was venom on them, and the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Clang! Clang! The group blocked with their swords. But the power of a rank 4 demonic beast was not something they could resist. Puff! One of the youths made a mistake and a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. Moreover, the poisonous gas quickly spread through his body. You're courting death, the youth in the lead shouted loudly. With a shake of his sword, he faced the silver cloud beast head-on. Sword chi crisscrossed with an astonishing momentum. Not far away, a figure quietly approached, hiding in the forest. This figure was none other than Lin Xian, who had just walked out of the cave. He was running through the forest, and when he heard the sounds of fighting, he rushed over. Lin Xian squatted on a branch and looked ahead through the dense leaves. When he saw the appearance of the silver cloud beast, he exclaimed. He had never seen a demonic beast like this before. This group of people might be in danger. Lin Xian analyzed the situation in his mind. He had already seen how powerful the silver cloud beast was, and only the youth leading the group could handle it. Judging from their appearances, they should be disciples of aristocratic families. It was a good opportunity to ask them. Lin Xian decided to save them. Sword will surged as he slashed out with 2 fingers. A sword arc flew out and merged with the wind. The air surged slightly before returning to normal. Below, the people and demonic beasts who were in a frenzy were suddenly shocked. They felt a sharp sword will surge toward them. The aura made them despair. The youth leading the group quickly looked around but did not find any sword chi. Just as he was feeling suspicious, the silver cloud beast opposite him screamed. A 2-meter-long sword chi appeared out of thin air behind it and slashed its body, causing blood to splatter. The youth leading the group's pupils constricted. He had fought with the silver cloud beast before, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. Not only was this demonic beast powerful, but its defense was also astonishing. Its body was as if it was made of silver and invulnerable. However, that sword chi had actually injured it. How could he not be shocked? The silver cloud beast cried out in pain. It could not find the person who attacked it, so it could only vent its anger on the 5 people in front of it. Oh no! The youth leading the group's heart sank. Seeing the angry silver cloud beast rushing over. At this moment, a sword aura shot into the sky from afar and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. The sword chi surged and the long sword slashed across. The void seemed to be cut open. Everyone was stunned, but the silver cloud beast was still running. However, after a few steps, its head was separated from its body, and it fell to the ground. A skinny figure appeared in front of everyone, like a breeze. Lin Xian looked at the silver cloud beast on the ground and felt satisfied. That sword move just now was the result of his comprehension of the great dragon sword seal and imitating the meteor sword skill. Although Flying Star was powerful, it consumed too much spiritual power. Each time he used it, it would consume almost 1/3 of his spiritual power. Even after he entered the Sea of Souls realm, it was still the same. The great dragon sword mark that he had obtained contained offensive saint spells and could imitate all kinds of attacks. Under his test, he had created that sword attack just now. The youth leading the group looked at Lin Xian and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your help, brother. Tong Lan is very grateful." The other four also saluted with their fists and said, "Thank you, young warrior." Lin Xian smiled, and then his expression changed slightly. He looked at the injured person and said, "He is poisoned. He needs to be treated quickly." Tong Lan and the others quickly ran over and sealed the poison before feeding him pills. Lin Xian's fingertips jumped with sword qi as he cut off the 5 petals of the silver cloud beast. At the same time, he dug out the demonic crystal and put it in his storage ring. "These petals can cure the poison." "Feed him," Lin Xian said. This knowledge was taught to him by Wine Lord. Tong Lan did as she was told and fed him one of the petals. After a while, the black qi on the injured disciple dissipated and turned into poison that was expelled from his body. It really worked. The girl's face was filled with joy. "Thank you so much this time." The girl Tong Yut said gratefully. "Young warrior, you are so powerful. I wonder where you are from?" Tong Lan asked curiously. Because the danger was gone, the group relaxed and became curious about Lin Xian who had suddenly appeared. Lin Xian touched his nose and smiled bitterly. "I am Lin Xian from Yunzhou. I came here by accident." "Where is this place?" "Yunzhou." The group looked at Lin Xian strangely. Tong Yu blinked her big eyes and said, "This is Qingzhou, the boundless mountains. You really don't know." Lin Xian shook his head and sighed in relief. Fortunately, he did not run out of the Xia country. Qingzhou was one of the 7 states in the Xia country. It was separated from Yunzhou by Shui province, so it was very far away. Lin Xian estimated that it would take him at least 2 months to return to Yunzhou. "Young warrior, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you come back with us so that we can repay you for saving our lives?" "Forget about the repayment." Lin Xian smiled, "But I hope to go back with you." Hearing Lin Xian's reply, the group laughed. Among them, Tong Yu blinked her big eyes and suddenly shouted, "Oh, I forgot about the ink spirit flower." Tong Yu's figure flashed as she ran towards the cave entrance to pick the ink spirit flower. Whoosh! Chapter 147. This sword qi came so suddenly that the Tong family disciples didn't react in time. By the time they reacted, the sword qi had already arrived above Tong Yu's head. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. His soul force was powerful and had already sensed it. When the martial artist hidden in the dark attacked, he moved. Golden electric arcs jumped under his feet. Lin Xian seemed to merge into the wind, his speed extremely fast. "Sister Yu." Tong Lan's eyes widened in anger. He didn't think that someone would dare to attack the Tong family. "Who?" Golden electric arcs flashed, and the sword qi crashed down. Tong Lan and the others' faces changed drastically as they ran forward crazily. When they saw the scene in front of them, they secretly let out a sigh of relief. A terrifying crack appeared in front of the cave entrance, but no one was injured. Tong Yu and Lin Xian stood 15 meters away, unharmed. "Sister Yu." Tong Lan ran over. "Brother Lan, I'm fine. Young hero Lin saved me." Tong Yu's face was pale, obviously frightened. However, luckily, she wasn't injured and successfully plucked the ink spirit flower. "Brother Lin, thank you," Tong Lan said seriously. He didn't dare to imagine what would have happened without Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then looked towards the depths of the forest. Tong Lan and the others understood and returned, also turning around with gloomy faces. Hee, your luck isn't bad to be able to pluck the ink spirit flower. A mocking voice came from the forest. A few figures walked out with powerful auras, looking at Lin Xian and the others with cold smiles. Tsang Qi. Tong Lan saw the figures in the forest and his pupils constricted. The faces of the people behind him also became very ugly. Although Lin Xian didn't know who was on the other side, he could vaguely guess from the expressions of the Tong family disciples. The people on the other side probably didn't have low statuses, and their strength far surpassed the Tong family. On their side, only Tong Lan was at the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, while the others were at the second layer. Among the people on the other side, 2 were at the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and one of them had an abnormally powerful aura, at the middle stage of the third layer. What do you want to do? We found the ink spirit flower first. Tong Yu shouted. Tsang Qi looked at Tong Yu's delicate face and exquisite figure, and his eyes flashed with a trace of passion. However, when he saw Lin Xian beside Tong Yu, he frowned. Just now, it was this brat who ruined his good deed. That sword strike just now was extremely tricky. Not only was it able to protect the ink spirit flower, but it was also able to trap Tong Yu without harming her in the slightest. However, this was all his conjecture, and the real situation was destroyed by Lin Xian. Tsang Qi cautiously looked at Lin Xian. He was somewhat unable to figure out Lin Xian's identity. Your Tong clan is really useless. You even need to find outsiders to be your bodyguards. Tsang Qi sneered. Nonsense, Brother Lin is not a bodyguard. Tong Yu said angrily, Brother Lin is an elite of the Cloud region. He only acted when he saw that we were in danger. Cloud Prefecture. Tsang Qi was stunned. He naturally knew of Cloud Prefecture, but why would people from Cloud Prefecture come here? He couldn't figure it out, and he wouldn't think about it. As long as it wasn't a force from Qingzhou, he would just kill it. He gave a look behind him, and the people behind him instantly understood. I don't care where you're from. A strong youth behind said, Brat, I'll give you a chance. Get lost. Or else, humph. The tall youth stomped his foot, and the ground shattered. Countless cracks spread out in all directions like a python web. Tong Lan and the others had their hearts in their mouths. They all looked at Lin Xian, waiting for his answer. In their opinion, although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier, his sword technique was exceptionally high, and his strength was already comparable to a martial artist at the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If he acted, then they had a high chance of escaping from Tsang Qi and the others. However, they also knew that the Tsang clan's power was slightly stronger than their Tong clan, and normal people wouldn't dare to provoke them. Tong Yu also stared nervously at Lin Xian, her small hands tightly gripping her sleeves. I've learned quite a few martial arts techniques, but I've never learned the move of rolling, Lin Xian said indifferently. Why don't you demonstrate how to roll? Pooh! The Tong clan's disciples couldn't help but laugh, and Tong Yu even covered her mouth and laughed. Brat, you're courting death. The tall youth was furious. He had a noble status, and as a disciple of the Tsang clan, no one dared to tease him like this. Pang! The muscles on his body bulged like a dragon. The tall youth stomped his foot, and the ground shattered as his body flew out like a cannonball. Die! He threw out a punch, and the air was rapidly compressed, making a series of explosions. Retreat! The Tong clan's disciples all retreated, leaving only Tong Lan and Lin Xian standing in the field. Tong Lan secretly accumulated power, ready to attack at any time. On the side, Lin Xian waved his arm, and a streak of sword chi circled around his arm. Hurricane form. The sword ray pierced out, and a green whirlpool appeared in the surroundings. Violent winds blew, and the air was turbulent, forming a huge hurricane in front of Lin Xian, attacking the tall youth. Hoochie! A ball of wind spun at high speed, and the energy it contained could crush metal and stone. Rumble! The green hurricane collided with the youth's fist, and turbulence flew everywhere. However, under Lin Xian's control, the wind surged towards the tall youth. The tall youth felt that there were violent winds in all directions, pressuring his body, and at the same time slowing down his speed. Petty tricks! The tall youth roared, and tore his chest with both hands like a ferocious beast. It was as if the void had been torn apart, and a vacuum appeared in front of him. Ha! Die! The tall youth broke through the hurricane, and his body moved forward again. He wanted to smash Lin Xian's head with a punch. Tong Lan, who was at the side, arched his body and was ready to attack. Not far away, Zhang Qi looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. Suddenly, a sword ray lit up the surroundings, and like a flash of lightning, it sent chills down everyone's spine. Puff! The tall youth flew out, and a cross-shaped wound appeared on his chest. It was deep into his flesh, and his bones could be vaguely seen. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Tong Lan's sword was only half drawn, and it was still in midair. He was shocked, and his understanding of Lin Xian changed again. He used to think that Lin Xian was only comparable to a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but now it seemed that he could completely kill a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. On the other side, Zhang Qi's face turned ugly. He called for the people behind him to carry the tall youth back. Others didn't know the tall youth's strength, but he was very clear. This youth's name was Zhang Ji, and his cultivation had reached the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. His defense was even more shocking. A normal martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier was no match for Zhang Ji, and Lin Xian defeated him with one strike. This was almost impossible. Second layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his sword skills are super strong. When did the cloud state have such a person? Zhang Qi's eyes flashed. The cloud state was at the bottom of the Xia state. Not only were the top fighters lacking, the younger generation was even worse. There were only a few people in the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon list, and that was not enough. Therefore, the martial artists in the other states of the Xia state looked down on the disciples of the cloud state. However, Lin Xian was obviously an exception. Zhang Qi walked out slowly, and said in a low voice, "If you can defeat me, I'll let this go." Chapter 148. Zhang Qi's face was cold as he walked out with his sword. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." On the side, Tong Lan stood out, spiritual power surging in his body as he stared ahead. "You?" Zhang Qi was disdainful. "Just a loser. I did lose to you last time, but this time, you can try." Tong Lan's expression was cold, without a trace of retreat. "Forget it, let me do it." Lin Xian's voice was flat, without joy or sorrow. "Brother Lin, don't be rash. He's a martial artist in the middle stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier," Tong Lan reminded. "Don't worry." Lin Xian patted his shoulder, then turned to look at Zhang Qi. "If I defeat you, those people won't stop me." Zhang Qi sneered. "As long as you can defeat me, they naturally won't make a move." As long as Lin Xian dared to accept the challenge, he had the confidence to kill him. As a martial artist in the middle stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he still had this bit of confidence. Lin Xian flipped his palm and took out the crimson flame sword, the presence on his body gradually becoming fierce. Middle stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, Far stronger than Jing Jun, Lin Xian's expression became serious. However, he wasn't afraid. Now that he had the Great Dragon Sword seal, his strength went up a level. Moreover, just a few days ago, his cultivation reached the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Let me try to see what level my strength has reached. Lin Xian's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Reckless. Tsang Qi is a martial artist in the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon role. A brat in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier dares to make a move. Brat from Cloud State, let me show you what sword art is. Tsang Qi pulled out the treasured sword at his waist. The sword light was like the moon, hazy. Good sword. Lin Xian praised. You're about to die and still have the mood to care about the sword. What an idiot. The people on the other side mocked again. Lin Xian ignored them and stared at Tsang Qi. He wanted to see how different the geniuses from other states were. Moon Blade. Tsang Qi used a killing move right from the start. His sword Qi was like moonlight, incomparably bright. Not good, it's actually the Cyan Moon sword technique. Tong Lan was shocked. He had lost to this sword technique. Tsang Qi is so shameless. His cultivation is so high, yet he still uses this kind of sword art. He's obviously bullying others. Tong Yu said angrily. Although Tsang Qi is arrogant, he is not weak. I wonder if little brother Lin can deal with him, Tong Lan said worriedly. On the other side, the Tsang family's disciples had leisurely expressions. He actually used the Cyan Moon sword technique to deal with this kid. Isn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? I don't care what sword technique he is using. Since he dared to injure a disciple of the Tsang family, he must atone for his crimes with his death. In the field, the green sword Qi drew an arc in the air like a crescent moon, hazy and illusory. Lin Xian thrust it out with his sword. Sword Qi gushed out and collided with the crescent sword Qi. Qi! There was no rumbling sound, but instead, like a balloon leaking air, the half-moon sword Qi continued to shrink and finally disappeared in the air. What? The few of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Especially Tsang Qi, whose expression was filled with astonishment. The Cyan Moon sword technique seemed hazy, but the power of the sword Qi was extremely strong. Normally, after learning the Cyan Moon sword technique, defeating opponents of the same level would not be a problem. However, such a powerful sword technique was ineffective in front of Lin Xian. What's going on? The Tong family's disciples were also at a loss. Tong Lan's eyes flickered as he said with uncertainty, Brother Lin, little brother Lin's sword seemed to have hit the flaw of the Cyan Moon sword technique. Flaw? Even spirit-ranked martial arts have flaws. The Tong family's disciples were confused. Normally, all martial arts have flaws. The higher the rank of the martial arts, the fewer flaws there are. Moreover, even if it is a spirit-ranked martial art, if the cultivator is not skilled enough, there will still be many flaws. Tong Lan's voice was not loud, but everyone present was a Spirit Sea Realm martial artist, so they all heard it clearly. Tsang Qi's face darkened. He did not believe that Lin Xian could find the flaw in his sword technique. Guessing, it must be guessing. How could a martial artist from a trashy place like the Cloud State have such eyesight? Tsang Qi did not believe it. He leaped up and attacked first. Shwa! 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 Sword Qi danced like moonlight, illuminating the earth. Tsang Qi's every sword attack was aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. It was extremely powerful and extremely fast. Lin Xian used the phantom thunder steps and dodged continuously. Qi! Tsang Qi's sword released an arc of sword light and slashed at Lin Xian, cutting him in half at the waist. Whoosh! The figure that was cut in half disappeared, leaving behind only a golden arc of lightning. It's an illusion. Tong Lan and the others were alarmed. It could not be helped. The illusion created by Lin Xian was too real. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to tell. A guy who only knows how to run. If you have the guts, take my attack head-on. Zhang Qi yelled in anger. Although his sword technique was powerful, he could not catch Lin Xian. This made him feel like he was going crazy. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks with a smile on his face. He had already observed the Cyan Moon sword technique and could barely use it. Of course, there were still some killing moves that he did not know yet. As long as he comprehended more and used the Great Dragon Sword seal to modify it, he would be able to use the Cyan Moon sword technique. This was the real reason why he did not make a move. Alright, the game is over. Lin Xian's expression changed and the aura on his body became fierce. Wind-splitting form. The air in front of him was sucked out and the space seemed to be torn apart. There was an invisible force tearing at Zhang Qi's body. What is this? Zhang Qi's expression changed greatly. The spiritual power on his body surged and quickly formed a spiritual power armor. A cyan armor with a bright moon carved on it formed and appeared on Zhang Qi's body. This was an armor condensed from spiritual power. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the defense. Caw! Caw! The sword light flashed and two cracks appeared on the spiritual power armor in front of his chest. Chi! Zhang Qi was shocked and kept retreating. At the same time, the spiritual power on his body surged and quickly repaired the armor. Whoosh! He retreated to the back and kept panting. Damn, this kid is too weird. What kind of sword technique is this? There was a trace of fear in Zhang Qi's heart. He had never seen such a sword technique. He did not even see the trajectory of Lin Xian's long sword. On the opposite side, Lin Xian was also slightly stunned. It didn't split. He used half of his strength in this attack. A normal martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm would have been injured. Worthy of being a genius in the top 100 of the hidden dragon list. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Zhang Qi's strength was somewhat out of Lin Xian's expectation. Of course, that was all. Swish swish swish. Lin Xian's body swayed and at the same time, he kept waving the long sword in his hand. Every strike landed on Zhang Qi's body. Pang! 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 The spiritual power armor on Zhang Qi's body kept changing shape and was about to shatter. Full moon dance chop. Zhang Qi was both shocked and angry. He swept his long sword and cyan sword chi flew out like a full moon. The circular sword chi circled around and spread out. The disciples of the Tong family and the Zhang family kept retreating. This terrifying sword light shocked them. Lin Xian was the closest and was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The sharp sword light slashed at his waist. Wind thunder chop. His eyes flashed and the purple spirit pupil quickly and accurately found the flaw. Then, he slashed at the flaw again. Caw! Chapter 149. Lin Xian's sword slashed at the flaw of Zhang Qi's sword move, causing the full moon sword chi to break. Pang! The sword light flashed and quickly slashed at the armor. Chi golden electric arcs jumped and reflected on Zhang Qi's face. Zhang Qi's armor was cut in half and was about to be scratched by the sword light. At that moment, the speed of Lin Xian's sword slowed down and finally stopped within the spirit power armor. Who? The Zhang family disciples were relieved. That scared me to death. This sword art is too terrifying. What's the use of a good sword art? If your cultivation is too low, you can't break Zhang-Qi's defense. Zhang-Qi's expression changed and finally turned into a hideous smile. Ha! You can't even break through my defensive barrier. Go to hell. He swung his sword and stabbed at Lin Xian's left rib. Oh no! It's dangerous! Tong Lan exclaimed. Zhang-Qi's spirit energy was too strong. Lin Xian slapped out with his left hand and 3 mountain shadows appeared, clashing with Zhang-Qi's sword. The sword intent in his body surged and exploded in an instant. Xiao! A cold light flashed and disappeared in a flash. The armor on Zhang-Qi's chest was shattered and he flew out with a terrifying sword mark on his chest. What was that? What a terrifying feeling. What kind of power was that? Everyone was confused and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Brother Qi. The Zhang family disciples rushed forward and saved Zhang-Qi. They looked at Lin Xian with fear. 2 of the Zhang family's outstanding disciples were injured by this young man. And this young man was only at the 2nd sky of the spiritual ocean realm. No one would believe this, but it really happened in front of their eyes. Kid, what's your name? Zhang-Qi covered his wound and said with hatred. Cloud Prefecture, Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I'll remember it. Let's go. Zhang-Qi swallowed a pill and wrapped his wound with spirit energy before leaving with the help of the others. Brother Lin, you're so cool. Tong Yu's eyes sparkled. To the side, Tong Lan also cupped his hands together and said, Brother Lin, I never imagined that your swordsmanship would be so superb. Looks like the cloud plane isn't like the rumors. Lin Xian smiled and left the mountain with the others. After Lin Xian and the others left, the originally quiet forest once again became restless. A green-haired man came to the entrance of the cave. He sensed the aura in the surroundings and revealed an evil smile. His body flashed and disappeared into the air. Guangning City was a big city in Qingzhou. It was far more developed than the cities in Yunzhou. There were all kinds of martial arts instruments. Not only that, but there were also array masters, pill masters, and many other senior experts. Lin Xian was moved. Maybe he could find a suitable treasured sword here. He planned to settle down and go to the Myriad Treasure Tower to take a look. The Tong family was also a big family in Guangning City. They occupied a part of the city and had a row of majestic palaces. Uncle Qing, we're back. Tong Yu saw a gray-robed old man and ran over happily. Look, what is this? She excitedly took out the black flower. Ink Spirit Flower. The gray-robed old man called Uncle Qing was surprised. You guys sneaked into the forest. Are you injured? No, thanks to Brother Lin. Tong Yu shook the gray-robed old man's arm and said. Brother Lin. The gray-robed old man lifted his head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. All the muscles in his body tightened. He had a feeling that he was seen through. This old man is terrifying. Lin Xian was fearful. In his mind, the great dragon sword seal vibrated and released a force to eliminate the palpitating feeling. The gray-robed old man was also surprised. He had a high cultivation level and had used a secret technique to check on Lin Xian. He did not expect to find nothing. Interesting young man. The gray-robed old man looked at Lin Xian a few more times. Greetings, uncle. Lin Xian cupped his hands and greeted. On the side, Tong Lan said to the gray-robed old man, Uncle Qing, this young hero Lin is from the Cloud region. He passed by the forest and saved us. Cloud region. The gray-robed old man had a trace of vigilance in his eyes, but he did not show it. Thank you for your help. Lon bring young hero Lin to rest. Tong Lon nodded, Brother Lin, this way please. With that, he brought Lin Xian to the other side. Tong Lon brought Lin Xian to an exquisite courtyard. After chatting for a while, they left. Lin Xian entered the room and used his soul power to observe carefully. Only then did he feel relieved. He had to be careful when he was outside. Moreover, he saw a trace of vigilance in the gray-robed old man's eyes. This made him shiver. After resting for a while, Lin Xian took out a pouch. He was slightly dazed. He could still hear that moving voice in his ears. Sky Marshal Region, Flying Sky Pavilion. Lin Xian realized that he knew too little about this world. At least, he had never heard of the Sky Marshal Region. Little Xian Zi, don't think about it. Wine Lord's voice sounded, with your current strength, you can't go to the Sky Marshal Region. Wait until you're stronger. Wine Lord, where is the Sky Marshal Region? Is it very far? Lin Xian did not give up. The Xia country you live in belongs to the Tiannan region, located at the border of the continent. The Sky Marshal region is at the center of the continent. Its strength far surpasses the Tiannan region. That little girl's identity is probably not ordinary. If you want to find her, you have to at least reach the spirit realm. The world is so big. Lin Xian sighed. Right now, he really felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. After entering the ancestral land, I must go out and train. Lin Xian made a decision. It's not that I want to discourage you, but with your current strength and foundation, you can dominate the Xia country in a few years. But once you leave the Xia country, you're nothing. Wine Lord said mercilessly. Ah. Lin Xian was stunned. He was unconvinced, is there such a big difference? He now had the Wind Emperor's sword, the Great Dragon sword seal, and even comprehended sword intent. He was full of confidence. Of course, he did not agree with Wine Lord's words. Think about that little girl. She's about the same age as you and has already entered the spirit realm. If it wasn't for the suppression of cultivation in the trial by blood and fire, you kids wouldn't even be able to lift a finger of hers. Wine Lord snorted. Lin Xian calmed down. Wine Lord was right. In terms of cultivation, he was far from Shinjingqiu. Could it be that everyone in the Sky Marshal region was so abnormal? He realized that he still had a long way to go. If you want to become strong, other than talent, you also need resources. Otherwise, by the time you reach the spirit realm, she would have already entered a higher realm. I want to become strong. Lin Xian did not want to continue like this. He wanted to stand at the peak of the world and enjoy the beautiful scenery. Hee, you can't become strong just by shouting. I've said it before. With your current foundation, you can only dominate the Xia country in a few years. Then what should I do? Lin Xian asked. The Great Dragon Sword can let you become strong and fulfill your dreams. Wine Lord said. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He remembered the legend of the Great Dragon Sword. The Great Dragon Sword is not so much a divine sword. It's more like an offensive sacred art. With the Great Dragon Sword, you will have the chance to become the strongest in the world. Chapter 150. But where is the Great Dragon Sword? Lin Xian was puzzled. There's no rush. As long as you have the heart, we'll go look for it after your family's matter is settled. Wine Lord smiled mysteriously. Lin Xian calmed down. He knew that this matter couldn't be rushed and had to be taken one step at a time. Don't worry, I'll definitely find the Great Dragon Sword. Lin Xian said firmly. Wine Lord smiled with satisfaction. Now, focus on increasing your strength. Your soul power should be enough to learn inscriptions. Inscriptions. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had seen the power of inscriptions. Whether it was the spirit wine or the bronze gloves, they all had extraordinary effects. First, form the soul seal. Wine Lord said, "You have the great dragon sword seal, so it should be easier for you to form it. Arrange the room. You can't be disturbed during the process." Following Wine Lord's instructions, Lin Xian took out the crimson flame sword and stabbed it into the ground. Activate the second rune. Wine Lord instructed. Lin Xian found the second rune and his soul power slowly flowed out. The first rune can produce 10 times the gravity. What effect does the second rune have? He was looking forward to it. Wang. The rune was activated and a ring of light appeared and quickly spread out. The dense ripples formed a sword-shaped pattern that hit on the ground and disappeared. Lin Xian felt an indescribable power protecting him, preventing him from being disturbed. Empty your mind and condense your soul power according to the method I told you. Wine Lord said in a deep voice. Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to condense his first soul seal, outside, in the Tong family. Uncle Cheng told the elders of the clan about the ink spirit flower. When they heard about it, they were all very excited. With the ink spirit flower and the things we prepared, Master Hong will make a move, right? As long as he makes a move, Chen Er's injuries will definitely be healed. Let's start the preparations. Tong family's patriarch said in a deep voice. While the elders were discussing, Tong Lan, Tong Yu, and the rest of the younger generation were also cheering. Big brother Chen's injuries will definitely be healed. Tong Yu waved her little fist. That's right. If brother Chen wasn't injured, I'm afraid he would already be in the top 50 of the hidden dragon roll. Tong Lan's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. Tong Chen was the #1 genius of the Tong family. He was 20 years old and ranked 68th on the hidden dragon rank. He had a bright future ahead of him. But half a year ago, this genius of the Tong clan was assassinated. Not only was he heavily injured and almost died, he was also poisoned. This poison was extremely overbearing. The elders of the Tong clan could only stabilize the poison and were unable to completely remove it. And the one who had this ability was Master Hong in the city. Master Hong was a level 1 inscription master, and the pills he refined were exceptionally precious. It could be said that they were hard to find even with money. Furthermore, the conditions for him to make a move were extremely harsh. Now, the Tong family finally gathered everything and could invite Grandmaster Hong. Just as everyone was celebrating, a group of uninvited guests came to the Tong residence. Humph. Tong Lan and that Lin brat, get the hell out here. A loud roar reverberated through half of the Tong residence. One could imagine how strong the spiritual power of the people who came was. Who's that? Many disciples of the Tong clan were shocked and ran outside. The Tong clan was considered a powerful force in Guangning City. Usually, no one would come to cause trouble. Now, this clamor had angered the Tong clan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Many figures ran out. Most of them were from the younger generation. Tong Lan and Tong Yu also followed the crowd. Bang! With a loud sound, a disciple of the Tong clan retreated with a pale face. What happened? Tong Lan supported the disciple who was retreating. Brother Lan, you're finally here. The Tsang clan is here to cause trouble. A group of disciples of the Tong clan chattered furiously. It turned out that after they came out, they realized that the people who were causing trouble were the disciples of the Tsang clan. The two clans were not on good terms, so they fought as soon as they met. But this time, the Tsang clan had sent all their elites. Ordinary disciples could not deal with them. Tonglan, you're finally here. Where's that brat? The people of the Tsang clan were extremely arrogant. Hand over Lin and the ink spirit flower, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, the Tong clan will be in trouble. Tsang Yuan, I'm afraid you're not qualified. Tong Lan said coldly. Is that so? What if I'm included? A cold-looking young man walked out from the group of disciples of the Tsang clan. He looked at the people of the Tong clan casually. Tsang Lei. It's you. Tong Lan's pupils shrank. There was a hint of seriousness in his voice. Tsang Lei was also a martial artist in the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon role. His ranking was even higher than Tsang Qi's. He was ranked 74th. It could be said that he was the second most powerful person in the Tsang clan. In terms of the younger generation, the strength of the Qing prefecture was much higher than the Yun prefecture. For example, Jing Jun and the others who were ranked at the top of the Yun prefecture were not strong enough. After all, Jing Jun was only ranked in the 90s. He was far from being a match for Tsang Lei and Tong Lan. Tong Lan, hand him over. You're not my match. Tsang Lei said playfully. Brother Lin is our savior. If you want him, you'll have to go through me first. Tong Lan unsheathed his sword and his aura became fierce. Ha! Sword force. It's useless against me. Tsang Lei was very powerful. He stomped his feet and the ground cracked. His aura erupted like a volcano and blue electric arcs wrapped around his body. In terms of cultivation, you're not my match. In terms of aura, my thunder fist force is much stronger than your sword force. What are you going to use to fight me? Cut the crap. Tong Lan's face darkened as he stabbed out with his sword. The sword chi was like a rainbow as it slashed towards Tsang Lei. Thunder Tyrant Fist. Tsang Lei shouted. The blue electric arcs on his body jumped and surged to his fist. He threw out a punch that was like thunder. The electric arcs flashed and flowed in all directions. Caw! Caw! The sword chi that was dozens of feet long was shattered by the punch. The scene was shocking and frightening. Traceless flowing water. Tong Lan was not angry that his attack did not hit. His sword swung and his sword technique changed. The sword shadows were continuous and covered half the sky. It was like a surging river, mighty and endless. Break! Tsang Lei sneered and threw out a punch. The sword radiance flashed and formed a light screen in the sky. It was like a waterfall that hung upside down and blocked the thunder fist. Thunder blast. The blue electric arcs on his fist exploded and collided with the light screen, creating thousands of ripples. Rumble, a terrifying aura spread out like water waves. Everyone retreated. Some of the weaker disciples turned pale and felt uncomfortable. Whoosh! Tong Lan landed on the ground and retreated a dozen steps before she could stabilize her body. On the opposite side, Tsang Lei stood proudly with disdain on his face. Tong Lan, I've already given you enough face. If you don't hand him over, don't blame me for being rude. The disciples of the Tsang family clamored while the Tong family was silent. They were upset that Tong Lan had lost. In the distance, a group of elders looked outside the door and sighed. Sigh, Tong Lan is still lacking. If only Tong Chen was here. The Tsang family would not dare to be so presumptuous. Humph. Tong Chen's injury is definitely related to the Tsang family. After Chen recovers, we'll settle the score with them. An elder snorted. What's with the Lin family that they mentioned? The Tong family head asked. Tong Lan and the others met him in the forest. I heard that he saved Tong Lan and the others, Uncle Ching said respectfully. Chapter 151. Tell me in detail, the Tong family head said in a low voice. Uncle Ching told them everything he knew. When the elders heard that the Tsang family disciple made a move, they were all furious. You're saying that this youth called Lin Xian not only killed a tier 4 beast, but also heavily injured Tsang Ji and Tsang Qi. He's really in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Impossible, how could such a genius appear in a backward place like Cloud Prefecture? The elders obviously didn't believe it, because this wasn't something a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier could do. Don't jump to conclusions. The Tong family head said in a low voice, although he was born in Cloud Prefecture, he might have a powerful master. Master? What kind of master could there be in Cloud Prefecture? Some elders were disdainful. He might not be from Cloud Prefecture, the Tong family head said. Some masters like to wander around, so it's not impossible for them to go to Cloud Prefecture. Ask Lin Xian to come out, the Tong family head said. Uncle Chang's body flashed, turning into a ray of light and dashing towards the inner court. The elders stood where they were, and many of them snorted inwardly. I'd like to see what kind of youth could boast to be so powerful. With Uncle Chang's skills, he arrived at Lin Xian's residence in a short time. Uncle Chang was surprised as he felt a special presence in the room. He took a few steps forward and pushed the door open, but found that another force blocked him. Array! Uncle Chang was even more surprised. He didn't expect a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier to have such a brilliant array. Could he really have a master behind him? Uncle Ching hesitated, not daring to make a move. With a defensive array, the person inside must be cultivating. If he made a move, he might disturb Lin Xian and cause him to suffer a backlash. If it was before, the backlash would be nothing. In front of the family's crisis, the sacrifice of a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier was nothing. However, there might be an old monster behind Lin Xian, and if he offended him, it might bring great danger to the family. This kind of danger should be left to the Tsang family. Uncle Ching retreated, planning to leave. Creak. Just as he was about to leave, the door actually opened. Young hero Lin. Uncle Ching shouted in shock as he turned around. Lin Xian cupped his hands and smiled. He had just completed the soul seal when he sensed Uncle Chang's presence. Thus, he walked out. May I know why Senior is looking for me? Lin Xian asked. Uncle Ching looked at the young man in front of him and exclaimed in his heart. He could no longer see through this young man. Just yesterday, he had been able to sense Lin Xian's cultivation and aura through a secret technique, but now, he couldn't detect any information. Lin Xian sensed Uncle Chang's probing and smiled faintly, not saying anything. After condensing the soul seal, his soul power had improved again. He had reached the level of a first-grade inscription master. As long as he was willing, ordinary people would not be able to see any information about him. Unless the other party also cultivated soul force, or if the other party's cultivation level was far higher than his, they would not be able to see it. With a thought, Lin Xian displayed the cultivation of the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Sensing the change in Lin Xian's body, Uncle Ching took a deep breath and said, "The family head invites you over." Me? Lin Xian was slightly dazed. It's about the Tsang family, Uncle Ching explained. Lin Xian nodded. He followed behind Uncle Ching and used his soul power to scan the surroundings. When he was halfway there, he sensed something outside the door. Instantly, his expression changed. Uncle Ching, Tong Lan and the others are in danger. After Lin Xian said this, his body flashed and he quickly left. Sea of Soul Realm martial artists didn't cultivate soul power at all, unless they were people like Lin Xian who cultivated inscriptions. After entering the three spirit realms, martial artists would start to cultivate soul force, but without special methods, their soul force wouldn't be especially powerful. Moreover, as Lin Xian's cultivation and vision widened, he had a deeper understanding of martial artists. For example, although Uncle Cheng's aura was powerful, he was still in the spiritual ocean tier and hadn't entered the three spirit realms. Even Black Sky sect had many elders who hadn't entered the three spirit realms. Only a small number of people had entered the three spirit realms. Uncle Cheng couldn't sense the situation outside, so he could only follow behind Lin Xian. Outside the Tong family, Tong Lan retreated again with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Huh, you're really trash." Tsang Lei laughed. "No one in your Tong family can fight." "Humph, if Brother Chen was here, you wouldn't be able to do this." Tong Yu supported Tong Lan and said angrily. "Tong Chin. He's just a poison trash." Tsang Lei laughed maniacally. "Even if he's fine now, he's no match for my brother." "Nonsense." Tong Yu shouted. "If Brother Chen wasn't injured, your brother would definitely be looking for his teeth on the ground. You're courting death." Tsang Lei was furious and punched out. His brother Tsang Bao and Tong Chin were known as the two heroes of Guangning City, but Tong Chin was always better than his brother. Ever since Tong Chin was injured, his brother's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he became the number one person among the younger generation in Guangning City. And now, the Tong family used that sickly person to suppress his brother. How could he not be angry? Whoosh! This punch was accompanied by berserk lightning as it came crashing down with a loud bang. Tong Yu's cultivation was at the second level of the spiritual sea realm, so she couldn't resist it at all. Tong Lan, who was at the side, suffered internal injuries and probably couldn't take this violent punch. The disciples of the Tsang family crossed their arms and sneered, while the disciples of the Tong family were anxious. Some of the weaker ones even covered their eyes. In the distance, the elders of the Tong family who were watching secretly changed their expressions. Some of them couldn't help but want to attack. At this moment, a golden light appeared in front of everyone and rushed towards the thunder and lightning fist. Boom! With a loud bang, thunder and lightning surged out and crackled. The blue energy swept out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everywhere it passed, it was scorched black. Crackle! Crackle! Tong Yu covered her mouth with a shocked expression. Tong Lan, who was at the side, was pressed down by a hand. He didn't need to attack because someone was standing in front of him. "Brother Lin, Brother Lin!" Tong Lan cried out in surprise. The disciples of the Tong family opened their eyes, while the disciples of the Tsang family in the distance were in a mess. Tsang Lei's pupils contracted. The power of his punch was broken, and the thunder and lightning didn't have any effect at all. This was something that had never happened since he started cultivating. In front of him, a hand cut his wrist, and his fist power all landed on the ground beside him. There was a big black hole there, and the bottom couldn't be seen. Tsang Lei raised his head and saw a handsome young man looking at him with a faint smile. "Who are you?" Tsang Lei gritted his teeth and asked. "Lin Xian." The voice was very calm. "What? You're Lin Xian?" Tsang Lei was shocked. He looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. In his opinion, someone who could defeat Tsang Qi and the others must be an older youth. However, the person in front of him was very young, and his cultivation. Chapter 152. Lin Xian's appearance shocked everyone, especially the Tsang family disciples, who were all dumbfounded. Tsang Lei felt Lin Xian's cultivation, and a ball of anger ignited in his heart. When did the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier become so powerful? Or did this kid hide his cultivation? He didn't know, but he couldn't lose to a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to stay in Guangning City anymore. Thunder explosion. Tsang Lei suddenly attacked, and powerful thunder surged out of his body, covering everything around him. Rumble, within 3 zhang, it turned into a sea of thunder. Luckily, the other disciples ran fast, or else they would be in trouble. Tong Yu and Tong Lan were pushed out by Lin Xian with spiritual power and landed far away. Crack! Blue thunder instantly covered Lin Xian and Tsang Lei. How could they not die after being pierced by this thunder? Seeing this, the Tsang family disciples breathed a sigh of relief and became arrogant again. In the sea of thunder, Tsang Lei was bathed in thunder and lightning, like a thunder god. He looked down at Lin Xian and said with disdain, "The defense of the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier can't block my sea of thunder. Die!" The thunder and lightning exploded, forming a terrifying ball of energy. The spiritual power of a normal martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't form a thick spiritual power armor. But Lin Xian cultivated the art of longevity, and the spiritual power in his body was purer than that of a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He was even stronger than a normal martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This was the benefit of a high-level cultivation method, and this benefit would become more obvious as the cultivation increased. On the other hand, Lin Xian had golden thunder and lightning in his body, which was of a higher quality than the blue thunder. Playing with thunder in front of him was like showing off in front of an expert. Everyone looked at the sea of thunder nervously. They couldn't go forward with such terrifying energy. They could only wait anxiously. Among them, the most anxious were Tong Yu and Tong Lan. Lin Xian had saved them more than once, and they couldn't repay this kindness, so they could only pray secretly. In the distance, the elder of the Tong family looked at the blue sea of thunder and frowned. This kind of power, I'm afraid that kid can't block it. Most of these elders were experts at the peak of the spiritual ocean tier, and some of them were even half-step harmonious spirit. However, only the head of the Tong family had reached the harmonious spirit realm. His eyes were like 2 divine gods' eyes, as if they could see through everything. "No, he's still alive," the head of the Tong clan said in a deep voice. "What?" The elders were shocked, they looked into the distance in disbelief. However, they hadn't reached the harmonious spirit realm, so they couldn't see what was going on inside. After a while, the sea disappeared. Xian there was a chi. There was a of s in, of course. S of a of this. He was like a s screaming, like a cat of the of s2's want y the of the s to the 2 of course to u s yin of course. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stood there with a smile on his face, as if he had never experienced the sea of lightning. That's lightning, one of the most powerful forces. The disciples of the Tsang family felt dizzy, they couldn't stand still. Fine, it's fine since he's the one who released the lightning. But that kid's fine too, we can't accept it, double quotes. Ghost, it's really fucking ghost. The Tong family exclaimed. The elders looked at each other, they were confused, they looked at the family. Only the family knew what had happened. The head of the Tong family took a deep breath and said slowly, "He's also a lightning element warrior, and the quality of his lightning is higher than Tsang Lei." Hiss, all the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was Tsang Lei? He was the number 2 of the younger generation of the Tsang family, the genius of Guangning City. Not only was his cultivation base strong, but he also had the powerful Tsang family behind him. As far as they knew, Tsang Lei was cultivating a spirit-grade martial art, a classic of the lightning element, the Thunder Tyrant Fist. There was only one martial art of this grade in the Tong family, and only the head of the family could cultivate it. One could imagine how precious it was. However, the kid Lin was able to suppress Tsang Lei. It was unbelievable. Impossible. Tsang Lei roared. He knew the power of the Thunder Tyrant Fist. However, the kid in front of him was fine. Thunderbolt Firmament. Blue lightning pierced through his body and condensed into a thunderbird. It spread its wings and rushed toward Lin Xian. Triple Mountain Suppressing Hand. Lin Xian struck out with both hands, and the shadow of a mountain appeared above his palms. The two palms overlapped, and 6 mountains appeared in the air. Above the mountains, there were golden lightning arcs that emitted a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Ong! The blue thunderbird saw the golden lightning and let out a trembling cry. Go! Lin Xian struck out with both palms, and it was as if a giant mountain was pressing down. Golden lightning. Tsang Lei almost bit his tongue. He felt the lightning in his body roaring and trembling. Bang! Bang! The blue thunderbird screamed and was shattered by the 6 mountains, turning into nothingness. Tsang Lei's face paled, and he took a few steps back. He knew that he couldn't take Lin Xian away today. Lin Xian's lightning was of a higher grade than his. He couldn't accept it. I'll be at a disadvantage if I stay any longer. Tsang Lei's eyes flashed, and he made a prompt decision. Boy, I'll remember you. We'll fight another day. Tsang Lei snorted, then left with the Tsang family disciples. The Tong family disciples were a little dazed, not daring to believe the reality in front of their eyes. The Tsang family members came aggressively, but were chased away by a youth in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This situation was like a dream, too unreal. In the distance, the elders of the Tong family also sighed heavily. Clan leader Tong asked, "What do you think?" Strong. Although his cultivation is low, his strength is super strong. He'll probably be ranked 70 or so on the hidden dragon roll. Not necessarily. He's only suppressing Tsang Lei with his lightning. His real strength is definitely not as strong as Tsang Lei's. Some elders disagreed. However, no matter what, Lin Xian's performance shocked them. Brother Lin. Tong Lan walked over, clutching her chest. Her face was pale, and she didn't know what to say. On the side, Tong Yu's face was red, unusually excited. Big brother Lin, you're so strong. Uncle Cheng. Tong Lan turned around and saw the gray-robed old man walking over. Young hero Lin, clan leader invites you, Uncle Cheng said with a smile. Senior, please. Lin Xian didn't put on airs. Instead, he was very humble, appearing very polite. Uncle Cheng smiled and led the way in front. Lin Xian and the others followed behind. Lin Xian's expression was relaxed, and he walked with a smile. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. After cultivating the soul mark, his senses were very sensitive, far surpassing normal martial artists. But now, his whole body was stiff, as if he was in great danger, but he couldn't find the source of the danger. Big Dragon Sword Mark rumbled in his mind, and a warm current instantly flowed through his body. Under his all-out probing, he finally found the source of the danger. Lin Xian subconsciously turned around and looked into the distance. Chapter 153. Lin Xian's gaze pierced through the crowd and looked behind him. In the corner, there was a green-haired man with a cold smile on his face. His eyes were glowing with a green light. Although Lin Xian had never seen this person before, he was very familiar with his aura. The green-haired man's aura was the same as the aura of the bronze coffin at the bottom of the blood-colored palace. Could it be that the person in the coffin is alive? Lin Xian's expression was uncertain. "Big brother Lin, what's wrong?" Tong Yu asked. "Nothing." Lin Xian regained his composure. When he turned around again, the green-haired man was gone. Suppressing his doubts, he followed the crowd into the Tong residence. There was a group of elders in front of him. Most of them were looking at him. "Greetings, elders." Lin Xian bowed. "The younger generation will surpass us in time. May I know where young hero Lin is from?" an elder asked. "Yun State's Black Heaven sect." Lin Xian replied. The elders looked at each other in disbelief, but they did not expose him. "Thank you for your help today, young hero Lin." Lin Xian chatted with the elders of the Tong family. He noticed that the elders were trying to find out his identity from time to time. However, Lin Xian insisted that he was a disciple of the Black Heaven sect, so they could not do anything about it. In the end, they could not get anything out of him, so they let Lin Xian go. Phew! Lin Xian returned to his room and heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the Tong family wanted to establish a relationship with the mysterious master behind him. He did have a mysterious master, but that was his secret. He would not let anyone know about it even if he was beaten to death. However, this was not what he was worried about. What he was most worried about was the green-haired man. That greedy gaze made his hair stand. "Wine Lord, what is that?" Lin Xian asked. "It doesn't look like a living thing. The death aura on him is very strong. It's best if you don't fight him with your current strength." Lin Xian nodded and began to consolidate his strength. Especially since he had just condensed a soul seal, he was still not very familiar with it. Your soul seal was formed with the great dragon sword seal as the foundation. It has great potential and needs to be nurtured well, Wine Lord said slowly. Let me teach you some simple inscriptions first. Lin Xian focused, carefully feeling the inscriptions that Wine Lord had taught him. After a while, his soul surged. He gently lifted his finger and slowly put it down. A simple rune appeared in the air, and the surrounding spiritual energy rushed towards it. It was just 3 simple strokes, but they contained a mysterious power. Lin Xian practiced over and over again. Bright spots appeared in the air one after another, forming countless vortexes of spirit energy. In the end, he was finally able to draw it in one go. Although it was just 3 simple lines, they contained the profound principles of heaven and earth. Ordinary people could not draw it at all. This was an introductory practice for an inscription master. An ordinary inscription would take 1 or 2 months to successfully complete, but Lin Xian had only used a few hours to smoothly complete it. This kind of talent could be called abnormal. Lin Xian opened his eyes and slightly frowned. Using his soul force for such a long time made his head dizzy. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Xian took out a cup of spirit wine and slowly drank it. His soul force needed about an hour to fully recover. During this time, Lin Xian used it to practice the longevity art. A day quickly passed. The next day, Lin Xian pushed open the door and went out. He wanted to buy some herbs and begin to learn how to refine spirit wine. He also wanted to see if there were any good weapons. He had about 100 mid-grade spirit stones, 3 boxes of low-grade spirit stones, and a mystic-grade treasure knife. This amount of wealth was pitifully small. Fortunately, Lin Xian's early cultivation relied on the spirit wine refined by Wine Lord, so there was not much danger. However, as his cultivation increased, he would need more and more resources. Otherwise, he would definitely fall behind the disciples of the large sections. Once he learned how to refine spirit wine, he would be able to earn money. Lin Xian was not worried about the future. In fact, he was looking forward to it. He walked through the corridor with a leisurely expression. There seemed to be a lot of people in front of him. Is the Zhang family looking for trouble again? Lin Xian was puzzled. However, he soon discovered that it was not the case. A group of people were surrounding an old man and walking towards the inner court. Lin Xian had a curious look on his face. He had sensed a familiar soul ripple from the old man. Could it be an inscription master? His heart skipped a beat. He did not expect to see someone of the same profession so soon. It is indeed an inscription master, Wine Lord said. A peak first-grade inscription master like you is far from being comparable. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. I only learned it for one night. Lin Xian looked around and walked up. Uncle Qing, he called out with a smile. So it's young hero Lin. Uncle Qing turned to look at Lin Xian from behind the crowd. Who is that old senior? Lin Xian showed a curious expression. That is Master Hong, an inscription master, Uncle Qing explained, but he did not say anything else. Inscription master. Lin Xian muttered. Uncle Qing, I'll go take a walk outside. After bidding farewell to Uncle Qing, Lin Xian left the Tong residence and walked along the street. Are there many types of inscription masters and inscription masters? Lin Xian asked Wine Lord through voice transmission. At first, there were no differences. However, most people have limited energy and cannot master all of them. Thus, there are branches. They are generally divided into medicine, tools, and formations. Among them, medicine is the most developed and the system is the most complete. Lin Xian listened to Wine Lord's explanation as he walked quickly. He learned that inscription masters and inscription masters were the names of people who had condensed a soul seal. As for those who had not condensed a soul seal, they were called alchemists, blacksmiths, or artificers. Although there was only a difference of one word, the difference in status and strength between the two was like heaven and earth. Soon, he arrived at the bustling area of the city. Among them, the largest and most populated was the tens of thousands treasure house. This was a very large business alliance that had business in every state of Xia country. Although it was expensive, it was reliable. Lin Xian paid 10 inferior-grade spirit stones and walked in. The hall was dazzling with people coming and going. The atmosphere was very lively. Lin Xian began to buy herbs according to Wine Lord's list. He had just started cultivating and the herbs he needed were not very precious, so it was not troublesome to buy them. Soon, he had collected all of them. What's this? Lin Xian saw an exquisite booklet on the cabinet and could not help but take a second look. Hidden Dragon Leaderboard. The 3 words inlaid in gold were flamboyant and there was a faint fighting spirit. You can only see this after you buy it. A gentle voice sounded. Lin Xian looked up and saw a beautiful maid standing behind the cabinet. Give me one. Lin Xian said. Okay, 50 inferior-grade spirit stones. The maid said. Lin Xian was speechless. He did not expect a list of names to be so expensive. It was really unreasonable. He paid the spirit stones, picked up a book, and slowly opened it. There were a total of 100 young talents recorded in it. There were some notes beside each name. The battle records and the martial artist's skills could be said to be very detailed. I did not expect someone to be able to collect such complete information. It's really not ordinary. Lin Xian praised. If what was written was true, then the person who wrote this book was really amazing. Chapter 154. Lin Xian indeed did not know. He shook his head and looked to the side. Not far away from him stood a few men and women. Judging from their attire, they should be disciples of a sect. Among them, a young lady had a graceful figure and a pretty face. However, there was a hint of arrogance in her expression. Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the young lady lifted her chin and snorted, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Lin Xian sighed in his heart. The young lady's innate sense of superiority made him uncomfortable. "I really haven't seen a beauty," Lin Xian said plainly. "You." The young lady was furious. She glared at Lin Xian fiercely. This kid dared to say that she wasn't a beauty. If it wasn't for the fact that the Thousand Treasure Tower forbade fighting, she would have beaten this despicable kid to the ground. "Kid, what are you saying? What's with that look?" The few people behind the young lady couldn't stand it anymore and shouted coldly. "Shut up!" One of the young men shouted. He took a step forward and cupped his fists. "Brother, please don't be offended. They haven't left the mountain much and are a little straightforward." This young man was cultured and elegant. He looked like a spring breeze, making it hard for one to dislike him. "It's fine." Lin Xian smiled. He wouldn't be bothered by such trivial matters. "We are disciples of the White Feather sect. My name is Wen Su. How should I address you?" The young man smiled. "Lin Xian, disciple of the Cloud State." Cloud State. The few disciples of the White Feather sect had a strange expression. The young lady among them sneered, "Tisk, just disciples of a first-grade sect." The three sects of the Cloud State were first-grade sects, which was slightly lower in Xia country. The White Feather sect was a second-grade sect of the Green State and was extremely powerful. Wen Su turned around and glared at the young lady. He then smiled apologetically. "So it's Brother Lin. Nice to meet you. I wonder what kind of existence the Divine Mysteries Pavilion is?" Lin Xian asked. The origin of the Divine Mysteries Pavilion is mysterious. However, everything they do is extremely accurate. Take the Hidden Dragon leaderboard for example. There were people who weren't convinced by the rankings and went to challenge them. The results proved that the rankings on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard were correct. So miraculous. Lin Xian was greatly surprised. "But you're losing out by buying this Hidden Dragon leaderboard now," Wen Su said. "Why?" "On the 15th of every month, a new version of the Hidden Dragon ranking will be printed, and the rankings on it will also change. Today is the 13th. There will be new ones in 2 days. Will the rankings change a lot?" Lin Xian casually flipped through the book. Of course I will." The girl at the back snorted, "Our senior brother Wen went from the 53rd place to the 47th place this month." Lin Xian didn't mind the girl's tone. Instead, he nodded slightly. It seemed like the competition for the rankings was very intense. He then looked at Lin Feng, who was ranked 5th. "I wonder if this fellow's ranking will change." As if sensing the change in Lin Xian, Wen Su said, "The change in the rankings this time should be quite big." It said that Lin Feng, ranked 5th, broke through again and reached the 6th celestial layer of spiritual ocean. A few days ago, he fought against Jin Lai Tian, ranked 3rd. But no one knows what the result is. The other change is Leng Yidao from the Snow-Seeking sect. He directly went from the 21st place to the 8th place. His strength is amazing. The Snow-Seeking sect can be said to have double happiness. Lin Xian slowly exhaled. It seemed that not only was he improving, but everyone was also improving. What else is there to celebrate in the Snow-Seeking sect? Lin Xian asked casually. He didn't think much about it. "You don't know." They all looked strange. Lin Xian touched his nose. I just came out of the mountains. The snow-seeking sect has been promoted to a third-rank sect. They will hold a celebration next month. At that time, all the sects and families will go. Third-rank sect. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Third-rank sects were already the most powerful forces in the Xia. They were backed by peerless masters in the spirit transformation realm. It could be said that no one dared to bully them. It seems that the Xian Tian sect will also go to the Snow Province. Lin Xian thought. He originally wanted to go back to the Xian Tian sect, but now it seemed that he only needed to go to the Snow Province. Maybe I will meet people from my family. Lin Xian sighed. As one of the top forces in the Xia, the Sword Pool Mansion would definitely send people there. I have to leave in advance. He wanted to go to the Snow Province to inquire about the news. When he was expelled from the Sword Pool Mansion, it was Lin Feng's idea. At that time, the situation was special. His grandfather was in seclusion, and his father was trapped in a dangerous place. Although there were other people in his family, without the two main forces, they couldn't compete with Lin Feng's family. I don't know how grandfather is. He was nervous. And father, with the improvement of Lin Xian's cultivation and vision, he increasingly felt that his father was not dead, and the answer to all of this should be in the ancestral land of the family. Before his father left, he had mentioned the ancestral land more than once and asked Lin Xian to go there. 1 more year. Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. The ancestral land of the family would be opened in a year, and he had to go in. After saying goodbye to Wen Su, Lin Xian walked back. Brother Wen, he's just a country bumpkin. Why do you care about him? The arrogant girl said unhappily. You guys, behave yourselves when you're outside. Wen Su lectured. This world is far more complicated than you can imagine. Some seemingly weak people could very well take your lives. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the second level of the spiritual sea realm, Wen Su intuitively felt the horror of Lin Xian's body. This was something he couldn't explain, but this feeling had saved his life. However, the girl and the others behind him obviously didn't believe him. They all had disdainful smiles on their faces. He shook his head, sighed, and ignored them. When Lin Xian returned to the Tong Mansion, Master Hong had already left. However, the people in the Tong Mansion were obviously much happier. Many of them had smiles on their faces. Lin Xian secretly used his soul power to eavesdrop on other people's conversations and found out that the genius of the Tong Mansion was poisoned, but was now cured by Master Hong. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood and returned to his room. When night fell, he took out the red flame sword and activated the array on it to seal the room. Then, he took out the herbs he bought during the day from his storage ring and spread them on the table. Okay, today I'll teach you how to make spirit wine. Wine Lord's voice sounded. Making spirit wine requires 3 types of inscriptions. The first is the purification inscription, the second is the fusion inscription, and the third is the refinement inscription. As long as you master these 3 types of inscriptions, you'll be able to make spirit wine. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. However, different types of spirit wine require different inscriptions. Now, I'll teach you the simplest type. Lin Xian followed Wine Lord's instructions and began to draw in the air. Glowing lines flowed out from Lin Xian's eyes. Gradually, a strange inscription appeared in the air. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw a stalk of spirit grass towards the inscription in the air. When the stalk of spirit grass touched the inscription in the air, it began to peel off and shatter. Soon, it became a ball of liquid. The inscription slowly rotated and some black impurities were removed. Chapter 155. Lin Xian used this method to purify the remaining spiritual herbs. Several balls of crystal-clear liquid floated in the air, emitting a medicinal fragrance. Next is the fusion, Wine Lord said. Then he gave Lin Xian an inscription. This was a more complicated inscription. It was 2 or 3 times more difficult than the purification inscription. Lin Xian focused his mind and calmed his breathing. He operated his soul force with all his strength, and finally, after failing once, he succeeded in drawing the fusion inscription. Several balls of crystal-clear liquid were guided by him. They slowly gathered and fused. This process was very slow and consumed a lot of soul power. Lin Xian's forehead was covered in sweat. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were shining. Finally, the liquid successfully gathered together. Finally, it's the refining, Wine Lord said slowly. Lin Xian drew an inscription. The fist-sized liquid kept rolling. Traces of impurities were squeezed out again, a strange fragrance gradually appeared in the air. It was getting thicker and thicker. Lin Xian took out a wine pot and poured the spiritual liquid into it. Then he sighed in relief. This was his first time refining. He was not very familiar with the technique. Moreover, his soul power and spiritual power were mostly consumed. He was very tired. Lord Alcohol gave a rare smile. You succeeded on your first try. Your talent isn't bad. Lin Xian picked up the wine pot and tasted it. Then he smiled bitterly. Compared to Wine Lords, it was much worse. Looks like I need to practice more. Lin Xian put the wine pot aside and began to meditate. He practiced in his room for an entire day. During this time, Tong Lan came once. She found that she could not enter the room, so she left. The next day, Lin Xian went out to bid farewell to the Tong family. He was going to the Snow Province. With his speed and cultivation, it would take him about a month to reach the Snow Province. Counting the days, it was the right time to leave. He found Tong Lan and prepared to say goodbye. Brother Lin, Tong Lan will remember your kindness. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Tong Lan said sincerely. Lin Xian waved his hand and left the Tong clan. He strolled around the city again, bought some things, and then left the city. With the map of Xia country in hand, Lin Xian checked the correct direction and began the arduous journey. According to his plan, most of the time, he would take the mountain roads. This way, he would be able to hunt some demonic beasts and search for spiritual herbs. He spent most of his time on cultivation, even when he was traveling. During this period, he had killed many demonic beasts, but he had also been chased by demonic beasts. A rank 5 demon wolf chased him for 4 to 5 days and almost ate him. In the end, Lin Xian still managed to escape. At night, by the river, Lin Xian raised a fire and roasted 2 wild beasts, preparing to feast. Suddenly, the palpitating feeling appeared again, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the darkness. Lin Xian frowned. He was being watched after all. Kid, use lightning. The yin qi in his body is too strong, and he's afraid of yang objects. Wine Lord reminded him through voice transmission. Lin Xian stabbed his long sword into the ground beside him. Then, his whole body was covered in golden electric arcs, crackling. As expected, the mysterious green-haired man didn't step forward. He only stared at Lin Xian from afar. However, the danger wasn't eliminated. Lin Xian had to maintain the lightning all over his body in order to intimidate the green-haired man. The sky gradually brightened, and the strange green-haired man disappeared into the mountains. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His face was a little pale. After releasing lightning for an entire night, even if his spiritual power was strong, he almost collapsed. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of spiritual wine in the Blood Heavenly Palace. He drank a cup and quickly recovered his spiritual power. He couldn't act alone anymore. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. After entering the Snow Province, the environment had changed drastically. The yin qi was strong, and the green-haired man was likely to attack. He had to find someone to rely on to intimidate the green-haired man. Up ahead was the border town of Qingzhou. Let's go there first. Lin Xian put away the map and ran into the distance. The ancient town, the border town of Qingzhou, was close to the Snow Province. The climate here was very different from the central part of Qingzhou. It had become very cold. There was snow on the ground, and snowflakes were floating in the air. The pedestrians were all wearing thick animal fur coats. Lin Xian walked around the city in a thin robe, attracting the attention of some people. Very few people were like him. Even some warriors were wearing a beast skin coat. Lin Xian didn't want to attract attention, so he walked into a shop next to him. "Sir, please come in." The waiter welcomed Lin Xian in with a smile on his face. When he saw Lin Xian wearing so little, he knew business was coming. "Sir, the clothes in our shop are famous in the city. Some warriors in the Snow Province have come here to buy them," the waiter said solemnly. "Judging from your appearance, you must be going to the Snow Province. Let me tell you, the Snow Province is too cold. It's not a place for people to live. I'll find you a thick coat. It's definitely warm." The waiter kept talking non-stop. "How do you know I'm going to the Snow Province?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Everyone knows that the snow-seeking sect in the Snow Province has become a third-grade sect. All the martial artists are running in that direction. "Sir, you look like a person with profound martial arts skills. You must be going there as well." Lin Xian smiled and pointed to a snow-white bear fur coat. "I'll take this." "Sir, you have good taste." The waiter's eyes lit up. "This coat is made of the fur of the rank 4 demonic beast, the white magic bear. It's definitely warm. And it has a certain defensive function." Rank 4 demonic beast. Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder he could feel a strong aura from it. 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones, the waiter said with a smile. Lin Xian was not surprised. The fur of a rank 4 demonic beast was indeed expensive. There was a faint demonic aura on this white bear coat. It was obviously not handled well. The shop owner should know, so he only sold it for 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If it was normal, it should be worth 50,000 spiritual stones. After paying the spiritual stones, Lin Xian put on the white bear coat and left. As expected, it was much warmer after putting it on. Moreover, the skin of a rank 4 demonic beast could not be damaged by an ordinary martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. However, there was a faint demonic aura on this coat. If a martial artist wore it for a long time, it might damage his body. However, Lin Xian had a way to get rid of the demonic aura on it. Golden electric arcs surged on his body and covered the entire coat, as if it was covered with a layer of golden gauze. Traces of faint black qi gushed out and disappeared in the air. The demonic aura inside was cleared away by Lin Xian with the power of thunder and lightning. The entire coat became warmer and its defensive power increased by a lot. Lin Xian's thunder and lightning grade was very high. At least the thunder and lightning produced by 2 spirit tier martial arts couldn't compare to his. This thunder and lightning came from Black Heaven sect guarding treasure, Cloud Thunder Mountain. It could be said to be exceptionally precious. Walking on the street, Lin Xian heard something that made him excited. 3 days later, an auction would be held here. It was said that there were many good things this time. Chapter 156. It was still the auction hosted by the Myriad Treasure Tower, scheduled to be held 3 days later. At this time, many martial artists already gathered in the city. Originally, they were all going to rush to the snow-seeking sect, but after hearing about the auction, they all stopped. Just 3 days, everyone did not lack this time. But if they missed the good stuff because of this, it would be too late for regrets. Lin Xian put on a loose black robe, covering his entire body. Then, he headed to the Myriad Treasure Tower, preparing to sell the mystic rank treasure saber on him. A beautiful maidservant led him in and brought him to the treasure appraisal room. An old man sat there, and beside him was a beautiful woman. Lin Xian walked in, his entire body shrouded in the black robe, making people unable to see his true face. "I wonder what your distinguished self wants to sell?" the old man asked. He was not surprised by Lin Xian's attire. Many people did not want to show their true face to people. Lin Xian flicked his storage ring, and a fiery red long saber appeared in his hand. Immediately, the temperature in the entire room rose by a lot. Slightly revolving spiritual energy, the long saber trembled, emitting a dazzling saber light, and a heat wave gushed out. "This is..." The white-robed old man was surprised, and the young woman beside him also had a look of surprise. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian, seemingly wanting to see through him. But it was as if there was an invisible force blocking her gaze. "This is a mystic rank treasure." The white-robed old man stroked the saber body and said, "Wei Wei, go and invite old man Qiu over." The young woman nodded and glanced at Lin Xian again, then quickly walked out of the room. Before long, a red-robed old man walked in. The old man's hair was disheveled, and his body even reeked of alcohol. He did not look like an appraiser at all. But, towards this drunkard-like old man, Lin Xian was vigilant in his heart. He felt a powerful soul undulation from the drunkard old man. This undulation was even more than Master Hong's. After the red-robed old man saw the fiery red long saber, his eyes lit up, and the smell of alcohol on his body also disappeared. "This is good stuff." The drunkard old man took the long saber and wiped it with his finger. An inscription appeared on it, flickering non-stop. "Low profound rank artifact." The red-robed old man nodded and said, "Moreover, it should be an ancient object. The inscription technique on it is somewhat different from the current one." After feeling it for a bit, the red-robed old man said, "It should be able to increase the attack by about 40%, and it also has the rare fire damage. I estimate that it can be sold for more than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." The red-robed old man said. "The starting price is set at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you have any objections?" Lin Xian shook his head and had no objections. He had asked the wine lord, and with his own calculations, he felt that it was possible. "It's like this. If the auction is successful, we will charge a 10% commission," the red-robed old man continued. Lin Xian agreed. Although it pained him a little, this was a rule that no one could avoid. Seeing that Lin Xian was so straightforward, the two old men were also happy. After the white-robed old man finished registering, he handed Lin Xian an information card. "After the auction is over, use this card to receive the spirit stones." After saying that, he handed out a white token. "This is a silver token. After the auction is successful, you will be a silver customer of our 1,000 treasure tower. With this token, the next time you auction something, the commission will only be 8%. Lin Xian reached out and took it, then put it into the storage ring. His hand was slender, powerful, and very young. The 3 people in the room were a little surprised. They did not expect the owner of the long saber to be so young. The white-robed old man subconsciously went to check, but Lin Xian had a layer of power blocking him. This old man was reckless. The white-robed old man said apologetically. He was indeed a little curious just now. However, the result of the check made him even more curious. The black-robed man in front of him actually had a strong soul power. No worries, Lin Xian said lightly. If someone consigns a long sword artifact, can you inform me? No problem, the white-robed old man said. He knew that some people liked to trade below, so it could save some trouble. Getting a response, Lin Xian turned around and left. Looking at Lin Xian's disappearing back view, the red-robed old man praised, soul power is pretty good. So young and has such soul power. Could he be those few old fellows' disciple? Doesn't seem like it. Those few people all have arrogance on them, but this person is very steady, the red-robed old man said solemnly. Either way, he will still come. If possible, there's no harm in roping him in, the white-robed old man said. Leaving the Thousand Treasure Tower, Lin Xian stayed in an inn and continued cultivating. When he was tired from practicing inscriptions, he would cultivate the longevity art. After his mind power recovered, he would practice inscriptions again. In a blink, 3 days already passed. He put on a black robe and walked towards the Thousand Treasure Tower. Today, the people going to the Thousand Treasure Tower were clearly much more. The streets appeared crowded. The Thousand Treasure Tower's entrance was even more packed. Although it was crowded, in front of the Thousand Treasure Tower, no one dared to fight. Lin Xian fished out the silver token and was received respectfully by the attendant inside. Under the envious gazes of countless people, he slowly walked in. Who is that person? He can actually walk through the special passageway. Quite a few people discussed animatedly. After Lin Xian walked in, there were still some people who entered through the special passageway. These people were all members of some major factions, their identities and statuses incomparably noble. After Lin Xian went in, he inquired about the situation of the consignment. In the end, he learned that there were indeed long swords and treasured artifacts to be auctioned. But private purchases were not accepted. Lin Xian sighed, then walked into the auction hall, and found a place to sit down. Silver rank customers did not have the right to go to private rooms, unless they advanced to gold rank. Sitting in his seat, Lin Xian quietly unleashed his soul power and explored the entire venue. He was very cautious. Some crucial and important places, he directly skipped over, so as to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Through soul power, he sensed some familiar people. Among them, he discovered that the Tsang family's disciples had arrived. Tsang Lei followed behind a young man with a cold expression, sitting in the middle position. While the other person was Master Hong. He entered the private room under the attendant's reception. It seemed that these people should all be going to Snow Province and stopped on the way here. Lin Xian secretly guessed. He closed his eyes to rest, adjusting his state to the best. Not long after, a drum sounded and spread throughout the entire hall. Suddenly, the auction hall quieted down. Everyone's eyes looked forward. There was a crystal auction platform, and at this moment, it was lit up. Everyone, thank you for giving us the honor to participate in our Thousand Treasure Towers auction. There are indeed many good things today. I hope everyone can return satisfied. The one who spoke was the white-robed old man that Lin Xian had seen before. He said with a smile, the things being auctioned this time, I believe everyone has some news. I won't say much here. Next, we will auction our first item. Chapter 157. The first item is the Jade Miracle Pill. This is a type of pill created by an inscription master. I believe everyone should be familiar with it. This pill can increase the spirit power of a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist. It is very pure, and martial artists only need to absorb it. The white-robed old man explained a little. Lin Xian understood that this pill could shorten the cultivation time and allow a martial artist's cultivation to increase rapidly in a short period of time. However, one couldn't eat too much of this pill. After all, it wasn't cultivated by oneself. No matter how pure it was, it still contained impurities. There are 3 pills in total, and they will be auctioned separately. The white-robed old man obviously knew about this. He slowly said, the starting price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 1,000. After the white-robed old man finished speaking, the people below boiled with excitement. Most of the people present were martial artists in the Sea of Soul realm. They needed this pill very much. Immediately, many people began to bid. 12,000. 15,000, 18,000. Shouts came one after another. Lin Xian was speechless. It seemed that he had underestimated the temptation of this pill. For ordinary martial artists, the increase in their cultivation would greatly increase their strength. Perhaps they would be valued within the sect or have a higher chance of escaping during an adventure. In the end, the first Jade Miracle pill was bought at a price of 22,000. As for the remaining 2 pills, they were sold for 20,000 and 24,000 respectively. 3 pills were sold for nearly 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was something that Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine before. The white-robed old man was also very satisfied with the price of the first item. The rest of the auction went smoothly. Every item that appeared in the auction house wasn't ordinary. If there were no objections, it would be sold. Lin Xian didn't make a move. He didn't lack cultivation methods or pills at the moment, but he needed a sharp weapon. The auction went on slowly. In 2 hours, 7 items were sold. At this time, the white-robed old man on the auction stage said in a clear voice, "The next item can be said to be a rare item. I hope everyone can grasp it." His words aroused everyone's interest. Many people were guessing what the item was. "Master Bai, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and say it." Below the stage, an impatient martial artist shouted. Everyone looked curiously at the auction stage, waiting for the white-robed old man to reveal the answer. A beautiful maid walked forward with a fiery red saber in her hand. The white-robed old man held the saber in his hand and gently swung it in the air. A 10-meter-long saber light suddenly appeared and streaked across the sky. It was accompanied by a heat wave that rose to the sky. Whoosh! Like a sea of fire spreading, the sky was dyed red. Mystic rank artifact. The crowd below cried out in surprise when they felt this power. Whoosh! 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 For a moment, everyone's fiery eyes were focused on the auction stage. The white-robed old man was very satisfied with this result. He laughed and said, "That's right, it is indeed a profound rank treasure. Moreover, it is an antique. The origin of this saber is mysterious. It's not a product of the current era. Everyone, don't miss this opportunity." The white-robed old man put the saber back and said with a smile, "The starting price is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Each bid must be at least 10,000 spiritual stones." His words echoed in the auction house for a long time. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the fire in their hearts was extinguished. 100,000 spiritual stones was not a small number. Ordinary Soul Realm martial artists could not afford it at all. Only disciples of some large sects or young masters of aristocratic families could afford such a huge sum. Once these people participated in the auction, the price would definitely be more than 100,000 spiritual stones. The scene was silent for a moment. Ordinary disciples could not afford it, and the rich people were watching. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This was not what he wanted to see. 110,000, he said indifferently. A profound ranked treasure saber was not common. He did not believe that these people would let it go. Sure enough, after he opened his mouth, people increased the price one after another. The price of the fiery red saber kept rising until it reached 150,000. Ordinary martial artists had already begun to swallow their saliva. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that the price would not stop here because he noticed that one of the people participating in the auction was a disciple of the Tsang family. He was Tsang Lei's brother, Tsang Bao. As a swordsman and a genius disciple on the hidden dragon role, Lin Xian believed that he would not let go of this opportunity. Sure enough, Tsang Bao's face was gloomy, and he seemed to be a little impatient. He snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, 200,000. Silence, absolute silence. Only Tsang Bao's voice echoed. Everyone was shocked by his increase in price. Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction. This price had already exceeded his budget. Even the white-robed old man on the auction stage was smiling. Just when everyone thought that it was over, a lazy voice sounded, 210,000. What? Someone is increasing the price. Someone is actually not giving face to Tsang Bao. In Qingzhou, there was basically no one who did not know Tsang Bao. Now, someone was trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. However, when everyone found out the source of the voice, they all fell silent. That was because the voice came from one of the private rooms. Anyone who could enter the private room was either of a prominent status or outstanding strength. They were far from what they could compare to. Tsang Bao's face was gloomy. He looked at the private room on the second floor and clenched his fists, 220,000. Tsang Bao called out the price, 230,000. That voice was still lazy and there was no change in it, 250,000. Tsang Bao gritted his teeth and said. This was already his limit. Any more and he would have to give up. His knuckles turned pale from the force he exerted. With this saber, he would definitely be able to enter the top 50 of the hidden dragon list. 260,000, that voice seemed to be saying something insignificant. Tsang Bao's body stiffened. He did not continue to bid and sat there with a gloomy face. On the auction stage, the white-robed old man said with a smile, "Congratulations to the owner of Private Room 3 for obtaining this Mish-class treasure saber." Everyone was amazed. The price of 260,000 had already exceeded the value of a low-class Mish-class treasure. However, that person did not care at all. The happiest person was Lin Xian. He did not expect a low-class Mish-class treasure to be able to sell for 260,000 spiritual stones. This was already close to the value of a mid-class Mish-class treasure. With this money, he had more confidence in the longsword treasure that would be auctioned later. The auction that followed was a bit dull. The mood of the crowd was clearly not very high. However, the next item pushed the atmosphere of the auction to a climax. The white-robed old man took out a long sword and raised it high in the air. The sword was 3 feet long and there were ancient inscriptions carved on it. The blade of the sword was like autumn water, dripping with a cold light. The long sword gently danced and the sword light flashed, cutting through the void. Lin Xian could keenly feel that the power of this long sword was far above the fiery red long sword. This sword is called Autumn Scar, a mid-class Mish-class treasure. The starting price is 200,000. Each bid must be at least 10,000 higher. As the white-robed old man's voice fell, the crowd boiled over. At this time, the doors of the auction slowly opened and a group of people walked in. Everyone was puzzled and turned to look. They knew that during the auction, martial artists were not allowed to casually enter. But now, someone had ignored this rule and walked in. Lin Xian also turned to look. When he saw that person, his body froze. Behind him, a group of people stood at the entrance, their bodies releasing a powerful aura. The person in the middle had sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes. His aura was sharp, like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. Chapter 158. Lin Feng. Many people were surprised when they saw the silhouette behind them. Lin Feng was ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. It was said that he had fought against the 3rd-ranked cultivator and that his ranking had risen again. Besides, he was from the Sword Lake Palace and had a noble status. Something happened on the way, so I came late. Sorry for disturbing you, Lin Feng said to the old men from the 10,000 Treasures Tower. The few of them nodded slightly in tacit agreement. The Sword Lake Palace was one of the top powers in the Xia country and Lin Feng was the leader of the younger generation. Even though the 10,000 Treasures Tower was powerful, they didn't want to offend the Sword Lake Palace. Lin Feng and the others were invited into a private room and the crowd looked back at the auction stage. The old man in the white robe cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "The Autumn Scar sword starts at 200,000. The auction starts now." Lin Xian took a deep breath. At that moment, he had the urge to rush up to Lin Feng. Luckily, he controlled himself. He wanted to go back to the Sword Lake Palace and defeat Lin Feng in front of everyone. He wanted to restore his reputation. After calming himself down, Lin Xian returned to the auction. At that moment, the price had already risen to 250,000 and it was still rising. After all, it was a medium Xian-level treasure which could increase one's attack power by 60%. Everyone wanted it. 300,000. Lin Feng's private room called out the price. But Lin Xian knew that it wasn't Lin Feng's voice. It was probably the voice of someone next to him. In the 5th private room, Lin Feng was sitting comfortably on a chair. Next to him was a young man with a sword mark on his forehead. "What? Are you interested in that sword?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "I just want to collect it." The young man with the sword mark smiled. 310,000. At this moment, a lazy voice rang out, clearly echoing in the hall. The crowd was stunned. They hadn't thought that someone would dare to compete with Lin Feng. Also, the crowd realized that the owner of the voice was the one who had won the bid. When Song Bao heard that voice, his body started to tremble. That voice had made him lose his opportunity. In the 5th private room, the young man with the sword mark groaned coldly, "So there are people who aren't afraid of death." He was about to fight back, but at that moment, another bid sounded in the hall. 320,000. His voice was very steady, and his tone was firm. Everyone was in an uproar. They all turned their heads to look for the person who had spoken. Lin Xian was in the hall and didn't try to hide himself. Soon, someone noticed him. Countless gazes gathered on him. Many people were puzzled. Who is this black-robed man? I don't know. He surprisingly dared steal from Lin Feng's people. He's definitely going to die, whispered those people. In their opinion, the person in the 3rd private room had dared to speak because he had a high social status. He didn't fear Lin Feng at all. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was unable to see through the cultivation of the black-robed man, and given that he was seated in the main hall, it was likely that the other party had an ordinary background. However, he actually dared to participate in the bidding. This made everyone unable to see through him. I've seen him before. He has a silver medallion. Someone who had seen Lin Xian at the entrance spoke out. Many people shook their heads and sneered. Although the silver token was precious, it was much less valuable than the person in the private room. Lin Xian saw everyone's reaction, but he did not say anything. He had to get his hands on this sword. In the fifth private room, the young man's face became very ugly. It was fine if the people in the other private rooms competed with him. After all, they were all people of equal status. However, a cultivator sitting in the hall dared to participate in this matter. This made him feel humiliated. "You're courting death." The young man's voice was cold. His eyes were like lightning, penetrating through layers of barriers and locking onto Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian felt the gazes from the second floor. He turned his head slightly and a trace of sword intent appeared in his eyes. He cut off the gazes that were looking at him. There was a small fluctuation in the air. Some people with high cultivation noticed that something was wrong. Quite a few people revealed looks of surprise. The young man was stunned, and then his face became gloomy. He didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage. Just now, there was a trace of fierce intent in his eyes. He originally wanted to teach the black-robed man a lesson. However, he didn't expect that the other party's chi was even fiercer than his. He directly contained a trace of attack and counterattacked. "Hey, I seem to feel a trace of sword intent." Lin Feng frowned and looked at the black-robed man below. At the same time, there was a soft sound of surprise in the third private room. Lin Xian felt that a soul power flowed out of the third private room and probed towards him. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He also mobilized his soul power and covered his body to prevent anyone from probing. In the third private room, a handsome young man was half lying lazily. His whole body sank into a soft reclining chair. Suddenly, his face changed slightly, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Just now, his soul perception had been blocked. Obviously, the other party was also a master of soul power. Outstanding soul power, and there seemed to be a trace of sword intent. Who is this person? The handsome young man rubbed his chin and was lost in thought. The black-robed man's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. For a moment, his identity became very mysterious. 350,000. The young man said coldly. 360,000, the handsome young man in the third private room said lazily. 380,000, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The price rose rapidly, and soon it reached 400,000. Lin Xian frowned. He had earned 260,000 spirit stones from auctioning off the long saber, and over 200,000 spirit stones from the spirit herbs he had on him. Adding the spirit stones he had obtained from the others, he had about 500,000 spirit stones. The current price made him feel a little depressed. However, fortunately, the owner of the third private room withdrew from the competition. Now, only Lin Xian and the young man were left. 420,000, the young man said coldly. 450,000. Lin Xian's voice did not change at all. Humph. In the fifth private room, the young man snorted coldly. This price has exceeded the value of the long sword itself. Don't compete anymore. Lin Feng said indifferently. Don't worry, I won't bid anymore. But there are many ways to get that sword. The young man looked at Lin Xian with an extremely cold gaze. 450,000, is there anyone else? On the auction stage, the old man in the white robe asked loudly, but he was overjoyed. No one answered. This price was already high enough. Even the people in the private rooms withdrew from the competition. In the end, the Autumn Scar sword was won by Lin Xian. The next item is very special. It is a piece of information about a spiritual weapon. The old man in the white robe said in a deep voice. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to leave and trade backstage. However, the information in front of him made him stop. Not only him, but the whole hall was boiling. A spiritual weapon was a top weapon in the eyes of the world. Usually, only the top sects and clans had one. But now, a new spiritual weapon had appeared. How could these people not be excited? However, how could a piece of information be auctioned? Chapter 159. It's here. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes in private room 5. Don't worry, young Master Feng. It's definitely ours. The young man clenched his fists and said. Outside, everyone was discussing animatedly. Their words were filled with excitement. On the auction stage, the old man in the white robe waved his hand to silence the whole place. Everyone, this information comes from a map. Whoever buys this map will be able to obtain this information. Another thing to tell everyone is that this map is incomplete. The old man in the white robe said in a deep voice, in fact, he is not very sure. After all, one incomplete map may not be able to infer anything. Sure enough, after hearing about the incomplete map, many people booed, and half of the enthusiasm in their hearts was extinguished. The ordinary warriors in the hall were talking with each other, and it was noisy. An ancient map, the starting price is 300,000 spiritual stones. The auction starts now. These warriors booed. In their opinion, no one would buy such a thing. Lin Xian shook his head, stood up and prepared to leave. 350,000. A voice rang out like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. What? Someone really bid. Those warriors were stunned. Could it be that the map really recorded it? Lin Xian suddenly turned around and looked at private room 5 on the second floor. He recognized that it was Lin Feng's voice. Did he come here specifically for this map? Lin Xian was puzzled. 360,000. The lazy voice sounded again. The crowd was excited. Although they could not afford it, they could watch the fun. Sure enough, after these two people bid, some more people bid. These people were all distinguished guests in private rooms on the second floor. For them, they would rather buy the wrong thing than let it go. Lin Xian shook his head and turned to leave. These prices were already beyond his ability. Even if he could get the treasure map, he might not be able to keep it. After all, the temptation of a spiritual treasure was too great. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Lin Xian's departure attracted the attention of many people. A mid-grade profound rank treasure was enough to make one's heart palpitate with excitement. In the number 5 private room, the sword-marked youth stared at Lin Xian's figure with an evil smile on his face. You can't run away. No one can take away what I want. Lin Xian sensed all of those subtle gazes. He sneered in his heart and quickly walked backstage. With his current strength, he could fight against a warrior at the late stage of the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. If he had the Autumn Scar sword, then even against a warrior at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, he would have the power to battle. In addition, he also had the bronze gauntlet and the yellow talisman treasure. These two items were enough to kill a martial artist at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. However, he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. This kind of thing would be damaged every time it was used. Cracks had already appeared on the bronze gauntlet, which made his heart ache. After arriving at the backstage, Lin Xian handed over the soul stones and received the Autumn Scar sword. Get that black scabbard. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Lin Xian glanced at the black scabbard on the jade plate. It looked very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. However, he would not let go of anything that could move Wine Lord's heart. Can you give this scabbard to me? Lin Xian asked casually. Sure. The martial artist in charge of the 1,000 Treasure Tower didn't care about a scabbard and gave it to Lin Xian on the spot. Putting away the scabbard, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Nodding his head, Lin Xian prepared to leave. Little friend, please wait. An old voice sounded. It was abnormally strong. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. There was a hint of caution in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "What, the Thousand Treasure Tower can't even bear to give out a scabbard? Little friend, don't misunderstand. I want to talk to you." The red-robed elder appeared with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm not here for some scabbard. I just want to talk to you." "All right, what do you want to talk about?" Lin Xian's heart moved. He needed a powerful force to intimidate the mysterious green-haired man. If he could get closer to the Thousand Treasure Tower, then it would be the best. "Little friend, this way please," the red-robed elder said with a smile. Lin Xian followed behind him and walked into an antique room. "I wonder if little friend can take off the black robe," the red-robed elder said. "I represent the Thousand Treasure Tower to discuss something with little friend. I absolutely have no malice." "Okay," Lin Xian said solemnly. He waved his hand and put the black robe into his storage ring. The red-robed elder looked at Lin Xian, a hint of shock appearing in his eyes. He knew that Lin Xian was young, but he didn't expect that he would be so young. This was clearly a youth. "I wonder what senior is looking for this brat for?" Lin Xian asked politely. "Hoo-hoo, heroes come from the youth," the red-robed elder said while stroking his beard. "I want to ask if little friend is an inscription master." Done talking, he looked at Lin Xian with a look of anticipation. "Lin Xian nodded. The old man's gaze made him feel somewhat nervous. "Then do you know about the inscription tower?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I've been cultivating with my master in the mountains. I've only recently come out to explore the world." For his own safety, he once again brought up his incorporeal master. "Oh. I wonder who your master is?" the red-robed elder asked subconsciously. "My master is very low-key," Lin Xian lied. "I wonder why senior is looking for me." He quickly changed the topic. The red-robed elder didn't think much about it. After all, many experts like to live in seclusion. At that moment, he said slowly, "If possible, I would like to invite you to participate in a competition in the name of the Thousand Treasure Tower. It is said that the inscription tower was left behind by an inscription master. It is located at the border between the Xia country and the Shadow country. There are some unique inscriptions and inscriptions in it. It is a sacred place for inscriptionists. However, due to its geographical location, it is determined that it can't be occupied by any country alone. So every 3 years, the Xia country and the Shadow country will decide which side will enter by means of a martial arts competition. The Xia country has lost twice in a row. This time, we can't lose again." There was a trace of anger and helplessness on the red-robed elder's face. "If it is a competition, you shouldn't be looking for me, right?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "Isn't it better to be an expert on the hidden dragon role?" "Little friend, although it is a competition, the participants must be inscriptionists. Although there are many geniuses on the hidden dragon role, there are not many inscriptionists. Little friend, your soul power is the strongest I have ever seen. It is far beyond your peers." Lin Xian understood. Indeed, his soul force was much stronger than that of an ordinary first-grade inscription master, let alone people of the same age. "Don't worry. As long as you participate, you will be rewarded," the red-robed elder said hurriedly when he saw that Lin Xian was silent. In his body, the Wine Lord said, "Little Xian, if that inscription tower is real, you can go in and take a look." Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I wonder when this competition will start. I don't want to miss the snow-seeking sex grand event." "Little friend, don't worry. This competition will be after the snow-seeking sex grand event. If I win the competition, will I be able to get a spot to enter the inscription tower? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The red-robed elder was stunned. His face suddenly sank. A strong aura slowly overflowed, and the entire room became very oppressive. Lin Xian's spiritual sea shook and made a roaring sound. At the same time, he spread out his soul power to resist the pressure. His expression didn't change. He slowly stretched out his hand and drew in the air. An ancient inscription appeared in the air, emitting a strange light. Chapter 160. The inscriptions in the air completely stunned the red-robed elder. What an exquisite inscription! The old man exclaimed after a while. I need to discuss your request with others. The old man said, no matter what, I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Thank you very much. Lin Xian bowed and walked out of the room. Looking at Lin Xian's back, the old man took a deep breath. This young man's attainment in inscription was far beyond his expectations. He looked at the inscription that was gradually disappearing in the air and fell into deep thought. Lin Xian walked out of the room and went straight outside. The inscription just now was drawn under the guidance of Wine Lord. He didn't expect it to really shock the old man. It seems that Wine Lord's inscription is far beyond these people. Lin Xian was delighted. When he walked out of the Thousand Treasures building, the auction had just ended and the crowd was rushing out. Through the conversation of others, he learned that the last piece of the map was bought by Lin Feng at the price of 600,000 low-grade spiritual stones. What a spendthrift! Lin Xian curled his lips and walked towards the inn. Behind him, a few obscure eyes fell on him. One of them was the sword-marked young man beside Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Xian check into the Four Seas Inn, the sword-marked young man sneered and then left. Lin Xian naturally knew that these people were following him. But he didn't care. If these people didn't open their eyes, he didn't mind sending them on their way. Back in the room, Lin Xian used the red flame sword to set up a defensive formation and then breathed a sigh of relief. After calming down, he flicked the storage ring with his finger and a long sword appeared in his hand. Gently shaking, a sword shadow appeared in the air. It was like a rainbow in autumn, cold to the heart. Lin Xian urged the thunder in his body. In a flash, golden arcs climbed up the sword. Circulating his spiritual energy once more, the golden arcs of lightning disappeared. Instead, a green gust of wind wrapped around the sword, adding a bit of spirituality to it. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. He felt that the 450,000 low-grade spirit stones were not wasted. You don't know what's important. In my opinion, the black scabbard is the real deal. Wine Lord snorted. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. With a flip of his hand, he took out the black scabbard and looked at it curiously. Nothing special. Lin Xian muttered. Then, he activated his purple spirit eyes and carefully observed the surroundings. Finally, he even used his soul force to check inside and out. If it was that easy to see through, you wouldn't have been able to get the item. Wine Lord said. Wine Lord, what's the use of this? Lin Xian asked. Put the sword back into the scabbard, Wine Lord said. Lin Xian did as he was told and sheathed the Autumn Scar sword. Use the power of wind and thunder at the same time. Control your power and don't destroy the house. Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched. Could it be, he used the power of wind and thunder at the same time? Then, he controlled his power and suddenly pulled out the sword. Qi! Qi! Under his control, the sword Qi was attached to the sword and did not leak out. However, he could clearly see that the power of wind and thunder had perfectly merged together. The air within 3 feet of him had been sliced apart. This is the power of wind and thunder, Lin Xian exclaimed. He had wanted to merge these two powers for a long time. However, without the corresponding martial arts, it was very difficult for him to succeed. But now, a black scabbard had solved this problem. It is indeed a good item. He touched the black scabbard and his face was full of joy. Humph, now you know how to be happy. Wine Lord snorted. Hee hee. Lin Xian hugged the scabbard and laughed. In the next 2 hours, Lin Xian studied the black scabbard. He realized that the more power of wind and thunder he poured in, the longer it could last. However, it could only last for 10 breaths of time. In other words, after 10 breaths of time, the power of wind and thunder on the long sword would be separated again. However, for Lin Xian, this was already enough. In the evening, Lin Xian went out for a meal before returning to his room. He lived in a small independent courtyard, which was very quiet. In the following time, he put away the autumn scar sword and the black scabbard and started to practice his inscriptions. These days, he had not slacked off on his practice, including his martial arts. Inscriptions were the same as martial arts. It was like sailing against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. Lin Xian did not slack off for even a second. His inscriptions were also improving rapidly. In the middle of the night, Lin Xian stopped his training and took out some spirit wine to recover quickly. He had a feeling that someone would make a move for the autumn scar sword. Raising his body's condition to the extreme, Lin Xian closed his eyes and started to recover. Indeed, in the latter half of the night, he sensed the presence of warriors. Spreading out his soul power, Lin Xian grasped the situation within a dozen meters radius. On the roof, 3 human figures were approaching quietly. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth lifted slightly as his body flashed and disappeared. The 3 men in black had their faces covered, and the presence on their bodies was hidden. You 3, what are you doing on my roof in the middle of the night? A mocking voice was heard from behind, and the 3 men in black were shocked. Let's go. The middle man in black roared. The 3 moved quickly, and the presence on their bodies exploded like a flood. Their spirit power surged, shaking the air. These 3 were all warriors at the 3rd sky of the spiritual sea realm. The 3 of them worked together, forming a triangle. Hand over the autumn scar sword, and we will spare your life. The middle man in black roared. Are you talking about this? Lin Xian took out the autumn scar sword and waved it in front of the 3. The 3's eyes were attracted by the long sword, and their breathing became hurried. Hand it over to us. The man in black roared. You guys are not worthy of this sword. Lin Xian hung the long sword on his waist. Kid, you are looking for death. The 3 men in black were furious, and attacked together. Fuck off. Lin Xian took a step forward and roared out a sound wave. Who? The translucent sound wave vibrated, and together with the soul power attack, it pierced through the defensive armor of the 3. Pooh! 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 The 3 were covered by the sound wave, and their bodies were severely wounded. Horrifying cracks appeared on their bodies one after another. All of a sudden, the 3 were covered in blood. Back off! The 3 men in black robes had fear in their eyes. Is he still human? Just a shout was enough to injure them severely. You want to leave? Lin Xian's body flashed, and he blocked the way of the 3. Don't do anything stupid. The 3 were bleeding all over, and their voices were shaking. Leave your storage rings, and don't appear in front of me again. Yes, yes. The 3 took off the storage rings on their fingers and threw them to Lin Xian, then ran away quickly. Putting away the 3 storage rings, Lin Xian's expression did not relax. Instead, it became extremely serious. He felt a powerful aura appear nearby. Most of the warriors nearby had seen Lin Xian's attack. And the ones who still dared to make a move now were undoubtedly powerful warriors. Tap! 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 A clear clapping sound was heard, and a teenager with a sword mark in between his eyebrows appeared. With the cultivation of the second sky of the spiritual sea realm, he was able to beat back 3 warriors at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm with 1 attack. He is indeed not simple. However, if he wants to get the Autumn Scar sword with just this, I am afraid that it is not enough. Chapter 161. Sword Chi hummed and buzzed. The young man took a step forward and his aura increased again, like a mountain pressing down. Nearby, some warriors poked their heads out and watched the battle in the distance nervously. Who is that? What a horrifying aura. There are no weaklings around Lin Feng. It seems like that young man is going to be in trouble. The young man stared at Lin Xian and slowly pulled out his long sword. It was a golden long sword with a curved body, like a crawling poisonous snake. The long sword left its scabbard and turned into a curved beam of light in the air. Golden Snake Sword. He is Golden Snake Sword Yan Hui. The warriors nearby exclaimed. Golden Snake Sword Yan Hui, ranked 32nd on the Hidden Dragon rank. No one had expected him to appear here. With the long sword in his hand, the young man's body also twisted strangely, like a snake. Behind him, a sword-shaped snake shadow gradually appeared. It was extremely horrifying. Lin Xian held the Autumn Scar sword and condensed all his qi into 1 point. He knew very well that he had no advantage in a battle of spiritual power. However, his attacks were extremely powerful, especially after the fusion of wind and thunder. His battle power had increased again. Golden Snake Strike. The young man swung out his sword and sword chi flashed, covering the sky. Wind and thunder explosion. Lin Xian stomped his feet and chi waves spread out like water splashes. His entire body shot out like an arrow. Boom! Approaching the Golden Snake Sword Chi, Lin Xian suddenly pulled out his sword. Boom! The air seemed to explode as a 10-meter-long sword light flew out like lightning. With one sword, the wind and thunder moved. Boom! 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 The Autumn Scar sword slashed diagonally and hit the weak point of the Golden Snake Sword Chi. All of a sudden, the Golden Snake Sword Chi weakened rapidly and disappeared completely. Yan Hui's face looked gloomy. His body flashed and he quickly came to Lin Xian's side. His Golden Snake Sword stabbed out like lightning. Ding! 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 A series of metal clashing sounds rang out in the air. Balls of bright sparks burst out like shooting stars. Every attack of the two was the tip of the sword against the tip of the sword. It was extremely accurate. The difference was that the sword mark youth was advancing while Lin Xian was retreating. There was nothing he could do about it. His opponent's spiritual energy was too strong. Every time they collided, his arm would go numb. Bang! The two swords clashed again, and Lin Xian retreated a few steps with a gloomy face. If that's all you've got, then go to hell. The young man waved his sword, and the sword light split into 2, then 4, and finally 8 golden pythons, which pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's gaze flickered. His opponent's cultivation at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was too much of a suppression on him. It seemed that he could only use sword intent. Lin Xian sheathed his sword back into its black scabbard and his eyes gradually turned cold. Are you giving up? In the distance, someone sighed. Using the cultivation of the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier to resist the fifth layer of the spiritual ocean tier, this is already a miracle. In the darkness behind these martial practitioners, there were two old figures standing far away. One of them was wearing a red robe, and the other was wearing a white robe. They were the two elders of the Thousand Treasure Tower. Should we save him? The white-robed elder asked. No, his strength should be more than this. The red-robed elder said in a low voice. Look again. Just as the two were talking, a martial practitioner in front exclaimed. He fought back. Indeed, Lin Xian fought back. The sword intent in his body surged, and the sharp sword intent burst out in an instant. Hurricane style. The sword's shadow swept out, and 4 green hurricanes dozens of meters high flew out, sweeping the sky and the earth, crashing into the golden pythons in all directions. With a swing of his sword, Lin Xian attacked continuously. He stepped on the phantom thunder step, and his body kept flashing as he quickly approached the young man. Wind thunder pierce. The green sword chi surged as if it had turned into a green dragon. Outside it, golden electric arcs surrounded it, crackling. The great dragon sword mark in Lin Xian's mind trembled, and the sword chi outside his body let out a dragon roar. The golden electric arcs merged into the sword chi and turned into golden dragon scales, which were extremely dazzling. Oh my God, what kind of chi is this? Someone exclaimed in the distance. Sword intent. The young man was moved for the first time, and there was deep jealousy in his eyes. This was the realm that all swordsmen dreamed of, but only a few people could comprehend it. Among the people he knew, only Lin Feng had comprehended sword intent. That abnormal combat strength made him tremble. This person can't be left alive. In an instant, the young man made up his mind. Whether it was him or Lin Feng, they didn't want anyone who had comprehended sword intent to exist. Bang! The wind thunder sword chi was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it attacked the young man. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the strong wind danced. The violent power destroyed the young man's body protection. When everything calmed down, Lin Xian frowned. On the opposite side, the young man slid back dozens of meters on the ground, and there was a deep dent in the ground. Most of his body protection armor was broken, but it still didn't hurt his body. Is this the strength of the fifth sky of the spiritual sea realm? It's really abnormal. Lin Xian sighed. The gap between their cultivation was too big, and he couldn't break the young man's defense. How dare you hurt me? You can go to hell. The young man's face was ferocious. No matter what, he had to kill Lin Xian. In the distance, a group of warriors was shocked. This combat strength was too horrible. In the darkness, the two elders were even more surprised. I didn't expect this boy to comprehend sword intent. It seems that there is hope for the battle of the inscription tower. The old man in the red robe's eyes were shining. We can't let anything happen to him. The old man in the white robe was ready to attack. Let's see what else this boy can do. The old man in the red robe was not in a hurry. Since he saw the strange rune drawn by Lin Xian, he felt that Lin Xian was not simple. Now it seemed that it was true. Boy, let me see where your limit is. On the battlefield, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The fusion wind movement was silent. Puff! Behind the young man, the air cracked, and a sharp sword chi slashed at his body. A horrifying crack appeared on his armor. It was a shocking sight. However, the young man's defense was too thick. Lin Xian's sword chi could only cut through half of it. Fusion wind movement. Lin Xian threw out sword chi one after another, and all of them flew towards the same spot. The young man was furious. At the same time, he was shocked. If he was hit by 3 sword chi at the same spot, he would definitely be injured. Fortunately, he was not someone with an undeserved reputation. He jumped and dodged 2 sword chi. The young man's body glided in the air, and the shadow of the golden snake appeared behind him. It combined with the golden snake sword in his hand and slashed down. It did not seem to be sword chi, but a real python descending from the sky. Violent and unrestrained spiritual energy came crashing down like a mountain, turning everything below into dust. At this moment, the martial artists in the vicinity all fled for their lives, running far away. Lin Xian retreated quickly and dodged the attack. At the same time, he waved the autumn scar sword in his hand and used the splitting wind movement. The air seemed to have been cut open, and there was a strange shift. The golden python in the air was pulled by an invisible force, as if it was about to be torn apart. Horrifying cracks appeared on some of the weaker parts. Whoosh! The young man ignored Lin Xian's attack and quickly came to his side. Chapter 162. The angle of this attack was extremely tricky, specifically aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. If it hit, even if he survived, he would be half dead. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul power was strong and he sensed the danger immediately. Lin Xian moved almost at the same time as the young man made his move. He dodged quickly and left an afterimage on the spot. Puff! The golden snake sword pierced the afterimage and pierced through the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lin Xian kept moving around the young man, leaving behind a golden shadow every time. You can't trap me. The young man was as steady as a rock. He pierced through the shadows like a viper. However, Lin Xian's goal was not to trap him. Even if the young man pierced through all the shadows, it was useless. Explode! Lin Xian shouted from afar. Rumble! The golden shadows were all condensed by golden thunderbolts and they carried terrifying power. Now, with this explosion, everything within a radius of 100 feet was enveloped, forming a sea of lightning. Dozens of figures were blasted apart. Golden waves rolled and swept in all directions. The young man was blown away and his body was charred. Bang! He knelt on the ground in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled and his face and body were charred. Brat, you've completely infuriated me. The young man looked cold and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. The sword mark on his forehead was about to be undone and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he sensed a fatal danger. His soul power had touched the bronze gauntlet. If something went wrong, he would take action immediately. At this moment, a voice came from afar and a figure rushed over. Stop! No fighting in the ancient city. This voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the void. When the nearby martial artists heard it, their faces turned pale, and they couldn't even stand steadily. Lin Xian operated his soul power and sword essence to clear the voice. At the same time, he was secretly on guard. Humph! The young man did not seem to have heard the warning and continued to attack. The golden sword light converged into a thumb-thick golden line, which quickly pierced towards Lin Xian's heart. Lin Xian activated the ancient armor on his body with all his might. At the same time, he quickly put on the bronze gauntlet on his left hand. However, before he could make a move, the situation changed drastically. The terrifying golden thread shattered into several pieces in the air. The young man's face was pale as he kept retreating. Lin Xian was astonished. Suddenly, he frowned as he felt an immense pressure. Whoosh! At some point in time, a figure had appeared between the two of them. Purple chi covered his entire body. It was as mysterious as the 9 heavens purple chi. How dare you ignore my warning? The figure only said one sentence, and the sword mark youth opposite him began to vomit blood. Harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian gasped. To have such power, it was most likely only a person in the 3 spirit realms. He put away the bronze gauntlets and stood there cautiously. The next moment, the purple figure looked at him. In an instant, his entire body trembled as if his soul had been struck. In his mind, the great dragon sword seal vibrated and turned into a roaring dragon. A warm current instantly flowed through his entire body, allowing him to recover from that uncomfortable state. The purple figure was surprised. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to resist. Just as he was about to make a move, 2 light figures rushed out from afar. Master, please calm down. 2 light figures, one red and one white, rushed forward and bowed to the purple figure. The 2 old men went forward and whispered to the purple figure. In the end, the purple figure snorted. Since it was your first offense, I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, you'll be killed without mercy. Yes. Lin Xian said respectfully. On the other side, the sword mark youth nodded unwillingly. Both of you have to compensate for the loss this time. In the cities of the Xia, no fighting is allowed except for specific battle stages. In the end, Lin Xian and the sword mark youth each paid a sum of spiritual stones and watched the master leave. The sword mark youth glared at Lin Xian with a gloomy expression. Kid, consider yourself lucky. But you won't be so lucky next time. Next time, I'll kill you with my sword. Lin Xian's voice was as cold as the autumn scar sword. He didn't pay any more attention to the young man. Instead, he thanked the 2 elders. Young friend Lin, we agree to your conditions. Why don't you take us back to the 1,000 Treasure Tower to rest? Thank you, seniors. Lin Xian did not refuse and left with the 2 old men. The sword mark youth also left with a gloomy face. The rest of the warriors also left one after another. However, they kept talking about the battle just now. The battle was too exciting. A warrior in the 2nd tier of the spiritual sea realm fought against a warrior in the 5th tier. Treasured weapons, sword intent, and all kinds of attacking methods were endless. It was an eye-opener for them. After these people left, a green-haired man walked over slowly. He felt the aura around him and laughed sinisterly. Then, he blended into the darkness again. Lin Xian followed the 2 old men back to the 1,000 Treasure Tower and thanked them again. Seniors, I have a request, Lin Xian said. Oh, let's hear it. I wonder if the 1,000 Treasure Tower is heading to the snow-seeking sect. I want to go with you. That's easy. We'll leave in a few days. You can come with us, the red-robed old man said. Lin Xian was overjoyed. After bidding farewell to the 2 old men, he returned to his room. After closing the door, Lin Xian let out a heavy sigh. Today's battle gave him a sense of crisis. Recently, he had been living more comfortably. After calming down, Lin Xian started to comprehend the Wind Emperor's sword and the Great Dragon sword print. For the next few days, Lin Xian spent his time cultivating. During the day, he practiced and tried various sword skills. He learned many moves from the 2 inheritances and perfected them under the guidance of Wine Lord. When he was tired, he drank spirit wine and cultivated the art of longevity. At night, he followed Wine Lord to learn inscriptions. His days were spent very fully. This day was the 5th day since he came to the 1,000 Treasure Tower. Today was the day the 1,000 Treasure Tower set off. Lin Xian went out early to wait. He exchanged insights on comprehending the inheritances with Wine Lord while waiting. These days, he comprehended the Wind Emperor's sword and the Great Dragon's sword print virtually whenever he had time and finally evolved several swift and fierce sword techniques. Among them, the most powerful was the Wind Thunder Dragon Stab. This move, he fused the Wind Emperor's sword, the Great Dragon's sword print, and flying stars from outer heaven. Although it consumed a lot of spirit energy, compared to flying stars from outer heaven, it saved a lot. Furthermore, according to his calculations, this move could break through the defense of a 5th-level Spirit Sea Realm martial artist. One had to know that just a few days ago, he was still unable to break through the Swordmark Youth's defense. And now, he had absolute confidence. Just as he was thinking, a group of people walked over from the opposite side. Among them were 2 old men in red and white, a middle-aged man, and 2 young men and women. Among them, that girl was someone Lin Xian had seen before. She was that beauty called Wei Wei. And that young man stared at Lin Xian with a flickering expression, a trace of disdain in his eyes. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.